ويعطيه الدنيا this is the next.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Okay. Thank you for joining us here today, members of the Resources and Development Committee, as well as our Legislative Services staff, and also to our governmental employees and our enterprises that are in attendance here, and also to the listeners on the call. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:21 a.m. And with that, Rodney, could you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Nominations Council Special Meeting for Tuesday, May 7th, 2024, 10 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson. Honorable Shauna N. Claw.
Present.
Honorable Shauna N. Claw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto Sev. Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum for this special meeting. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Rodney. And going on to invocation. Do I have a volunteer from the committee to do a invocation for the meeting here this morning?
I can do.
Hagoshi, Shadeja, Honorable Claw.
Okay. Actually, so doesn't know. Genre like question man stand up in meeting or the Jonah Amy could cut a Koyat Agit Akuna Sasikli Lana out of coalition and Anibam King so Abik and out of Tottenham's limit and name of those Kuna a largest at the Hagi Kode President Niger and the K so Vice President Montoya out of Chief Justice Jane out of Kodik and Ani so Speaker Curley. Ask to Aya cannot any benefit on the father a put the nomination sparky a the hello. The poor the on Aya, one has any doku. At much a yat a shine not on this other the Ashi, which on the hello do betchine, but so kept another art what she at he a put a benefit on like a boy could a citizen. Other yat a git up more than a Ara kuchinatos and then the at a benin dollars out of order. The highest keys the equal at Hahalon, a she's the order. All of Ashi Ebenich a put a nana finanisha ele, a good a what is in dollar. Jonah has clean, so addition, Jonah has clean, Jonah has clean, Jonah has clean, Jonah has clean.
Shahash Deja, for those citizen Linigi. Today is a special Resources and Development Committee meeting. If our listeners on the call and our colleagues that are in attendance here at the Natani boardroom at the Navajo Department of Transportation, President Nygren had signed a legislation which now Resources and Development Committee will be meeting every Mondays at 10 a.m. And yesterday, RDC had already had a commitment with INTEC. So the committee had joined INTEC yesterday for a full day of dialogue. So with that, starting this coming Monday, we will be officially transitioning to Monday meetings. The other one is, I know that the telecommunication regs has been a discussion with the committee, and I did request our advisor to have a work session with the Navajo Nation Broadband Office, which is headed by Ms. Sonia Naz, to come together with Navajo Nation Land Department and Resources and Development Committee to have a work session in regards to the telecom reg structure and also the fee payment schedule structure as well. And then also in regards to I guess, new development of a strategy that the team has been implementing and would like leadership to know and get a better understanding of the direction. So so coming in June, we will be having that dialogue with the Navajo Nation Broadband Office, Navajo Nation Land Department, and the committee. Do we have any other announcements, members of the committee? Rodney? Okay, So with that, I'd like to go ahead and go on to item 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. I think by now, we all know each other's faces. The only individuals that are probably new right now to a lot of our discussions of the San Juan River Farm Board members. So Ishin Ajit Dega, as they will be giving a report to the committee here this morning. Inda, we do have representatives from DNR. We have Legislative District Assistant, Ms. Yako for Mr. Chair Nez that's here, and we have ATUA representatives as well. And again, we have Water Resources Department Manager, being with us here this morning. And I believe we have BIA that is always on the call as well, Ms. Cheryl Curley. So thank you for joining us and also listening to the dialogues for Resources and Development Committee. So going on to item number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. At this time, Rodney, could you please read the agenda into the proposed agenda into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nations Council special meeting, Tuesday, May 7th, 2024, 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Division of Transportation and via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting official. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving their journals. None. 5, receiving report from the Division of Natural Resources and the departments and programs on the K account with the allocated expenditure and remaining funds which have not been spent. B, report from San Juan Farm Board on the farm plot that had not been used for a prolonged period of time and the hemp farm cuts left behind by the Benali. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, approving off-Navajo Nation travel to join Navajo Division of Transportation on Wednesday, May 29, 2024 at 8 a.m. in Albuquerque, New Mexico to receive training on federal highway dollars and financial guidelines. B, approving off-Navajo Nation travel to attend and participate in the Navajo Nation 2024 Energy Summit from Tuesday, June 4th, 2024 to Thursday, June 6th, 2024 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. 8, to close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda run into the record.
Mr. Tahi. So with that, may I get a motion to accept the agenda, members?
Motion.
Honorable Claw, and may I get a second? Second. Honorable Simpson. Members of the committee, do we have any questions or any amendments we need to make to the agenda here before us? Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I would like to, if it's okay, make a motion to amend the agenda. What I'd like to do is, since the San Juan River Farm Board is present here, perhaps they could go first under receiving reports. I believe that the other, under A, we're going to be sitting here for quite a while for the K count. So I believe that if San Juan River Farm Board could give us the report first, we can send them on their way. If I can make that motion, they switch their report to A and the other one to B. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ness. So members of the committee, we do have amendment number 1. It's motion by Chair Ness to move number 5, receiving reports, letter B item to letter A, and letter A will be bumped down to letter B. May I get a second on this motion?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Do we have any questions on amendment number 1, members of the committee? Going once, twice. Rodney, can we take roll call vote on amendments number 1?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1, moving items 5B to 5A and 5A to 5B. Honorable Shannon Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shannon Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottosa, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So with that, motion carries. Going back to the main motion on approving the agenda, do we have any additional comments or recommendations, members of the committee? Going once, twice. With that, Rodney, can we take roll call vote on approving the agenda?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving For reviewing and approving the agenda, Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez, vote screen.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So with that, motion carries and we do have approved agenda here this morning. Now going on to item number 4, reviewing and approving journals. We have none on the agenda today. Going on to item number 5, receiving reports. And going to letter A, report from the San Juan River Farm Board on the farm board or farm plot that has not been used for a prolonged period of time in the hemp farm huts left behind by Dene Benali. We do have presenters, Mr. Tracy Raymond, who is the chair of the San Juan River Farm Board. And also we have members of the farm board here that are in attendance as well. So, Mr. Raymond, if you could please, oh, he's going to do a PowerPoint presentation. I believe that there were handouts as well, colleagues. So, I'd like to yield the floor over to Mr. Raymond and just for the record, if you could do introduction of your name and if you're going to allow other members of the board to also farm board to also talk, they will also need to state their name for the record. Yeah. So at this time, we'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you. And we do have 20 minutes that we allot for reports that are given here at RDC committee meetings, Shinatani. So at this time, let's go ahead and set up your PowerPoint first. Who's the IT person here? Let me see.
Race off the PowerPoint.
There it goes. Do you have access to them? Maybe you can just send an email to your body.
If you have the output, I don't think it's right now. It's one, but it's.
Come downstairs.
Finish.
I had to keep my tickets.
Get the flood down.
Probably not gonna work. I'll be from.
She will try to not come.
I mean, that must go a bit.
Presentation, you know, so. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, leave it. Sure, like that. My phone back. Oh, no.
Same thing happening.
Yeah.
It's his plug.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Introduction fee, my name is Tracy Raymond. I'm gonna give the floor to the, other one of our members to introduce themselves. We'll start with Trevor.
Hello, everyone, good morning. And my name is Trevor White. I'm with, one chapter, one boat red there. And my man, that's Christie. Other people, but, you know. Then that's one I like. With it being. So, what, you know, I'm doing now, that one. Get around, I'm on Saturday.
Good morning, Steve. My name is Bonnie B. That one, in the farm board, representing the I chapter. And, man, the young one, son, so pretty cheating, but she, I was cheating, I don't know what she had. I'll see it as a cheat, oh. I should have, no, then she know, you know, I need to go, get it, you know, on you know. City, I don't know, so funny though, but it's my house, and so, but you should, you said that you.
Ya sé, pero más salario por anxiety. JRE, zero, help improve the chat, or take that, the other, long rent. So, then again, I like to speak, you know, what's the thing, so, but say that's potato, yeah, I try to say it, and not try.
Should have, yeah, it's been, Jerry, he's still coding and shit. And chat about a farm board branch. I know a lot of them kids be taught out and shut. I know it's kind of that, I mean, we always, we got, other adults, it's really here, but yeah.
KAB Red Feather, PCS, Ogallala Lakota Pashteen, Legislative Change, Ogallala Lakota Pashteen. I'm originally from Four Corners area, just northwest of the Four Corners Monument. My grandparents were Jean and James Sloman, so that's where I'm coming from. I currently reside in Shiprock. I do have a family. And thank you guys for having us. I really, really appreciate it. This is much needed. Yeah.
Thank you, board members.
We will start your 20 minutes now, Mr. Raymond,
Okay.
10:39.
Say, I am a Kiahani. It's 28, I should, questions team. I don't, put it in, I don't know if it's, I just want to briefly introduce myself. I'm from Nigeria. I have a bachelor's degree in agricultural engineering. And I'm a lifetime farmer. I worked for APS, BHP, NAFI, and I retired in 2014 from the Bureau of Inland Affairs. Presently, I'm a farm board member. I'm also a member of the Northern Navajo Farmers and Ranchers Union. And I do own a business based in Navajo Products. I don't know if everybody's aware of where this irrigation project is, but it is south of Farmington. And Farmington is over here, Shiprock in this area, and then you go up this way. But since there's two main irrigation projects, the Fruitland and the Hogback Cutting Line. This is the Fruitland project. And
Farmington is over here, and it's mainly on the south side of the river. And that's a diversion there. And, approximately 23 miles of main canal. This is the Hogback project. The Hogback Mountain is right here, and that's where the diversion starts. And we have a lot of farms. This is a Shiprock area, and it's on the north side of the river. This is the area where Shiprock is. Most of the farms are in this area. And I'll give you a brief history. You have the tiles way up here, so it's up on top. So but it was constructed the construction started in the 1900s and it kind of ended in the 1970s. So these systems are over 100 years old. The Bureau of Inland Affairs started issuing LUPs around the 1940s. It was to kind of formalize the rights for the water in the land. The Bureau of Inland Affairs operated the system up to 1963, and that's when it was transferred to the Navajo Nation. This is the operation and maintenance part of the system. In 2010, the Navajo Nation and New Mexico did do a water rights settlement. So this system has a water rights. There are no irrigation right-of-ways on the system. There are 3 chapters in this area. There are the Upper Fruitland, Inanimata, Tadaka, Shiprock, Kariai, and San Juan. There's over 1,000 permittees on this system. There's 2 diversions, one field and the other is concrete. Through the settlement money, there was money allocated for the construction of a new system on the Upper Fruitland area. That has never been done, and the settlement was done in 2010, so it's more than 10 years since this thing has gone. There's 9 siphons, 64 miles of main canal, 250 miles of secondary canal. Because the canals that come off the river, off the main canal. I don't really know how many miles of drainage we have. There's over 3,000 irrigation structures. These are turnouts, control gates, weirs, and so on. I want to emphasize there's 2 parts to any irrigation system. There's the physical infrastructure and there's the soft infrastructure. The physical infrastructures are the headworks, pump, gates, canal, any kind of structure that is hard. The other part of the irrigation system is the soft infrastructure. These are the policy and the operation or the management of the irrigation system. So a lot of attention is given to the physical infrastructure. We're always wanting to rehabilitate the system, but we pay less attention to the soft infrastructure, like the policies and so on. The Farm Board's position is that in the rehabilitation of the San Juan Navajo irrigation system, the maximum utilization of our water rights. If we have 12,165 acres that we can farm, and we have this much water, 66,730 acre feet of water. That is a lot of water to irrigate. An alfalfa, full alfalfa, it is required that you get 4.5 feet of water, but we have more water for the acreage. So we say that this is a must for us. This is our position. The farm board's goal, we envision the creation of an effective, efficient farmland and irrigation water management program. So what we want to do is that we want to make this irrigation efficient. And there's a lot of potential in this area. We take the position that a lot of the farmers, we need to get more young farmers into farming, give them opportunities. You know, we need to go into the next generation, think about it. This is long-term thinking, and we need to get the farmlands in production, and then you make them productive. We promote buying, selling, and trading land use permit. This is not, this is hardly done, but we believe that if this is happening, when farmers get older, they have an opportunity to sell it or trade it, and so on. And we advocate for family farms. Now, I think that a lot of the our culture is based on family. And farming was always been our tradition, and that's what we advocate. It says sovereignty without dependency. The more farmers that we get into farming, and their dependency, their food dependency will be their own. So we promote that, saying that family farms is a thing of the past, but we want to encourage families to get back into farming. Our system right now is more like independent. We depend on grant monies and so on. But what we're saying is that families can be self-sufficient and for farmland, producing their own food. We have issues with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. This is one of our concerns, but we've been asking for clarity from the Bureau of Indian Affairs about how they manage their land use permit and how they keep records. We have no idea of what their policies are. It's hard to understand. So we have been asking that for a few years now. And through the National Farmers Union, the discussions have begun. We have met the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Washington, and we also have met them in Albuquerque, and we have another scheduled meeting in Gallup with them. These are concerns about how they keep records, how they define farm plots, because that function is still at the BIA. And we want to know how they do it. This is important because if we understand that, we can better manage our farmlands. Well, this is sad to say that we only use 25% of our farmlands right now. The 12,165 acres that is in the water rights settlement. This is according to the Navajo Nation Water Resource Department. Each year they go out and inventory the usage of the farmland. And we have 75% that is not being used at all. I thought this slide. I did about in 2013. At the time, it was an estimate that 78% of the farmland was not being used. The question was, how much are we losing? And if all this farmland that is not being used was planted in alfalfa, and the nationwide, the average is 250 tons per acre. So after you calculate this, we're losing about 14 million each year goes down the river. That these estimates are from 2013. Today, it's probably double. So we are continually losing money without with us not managing our resources wisely. So one of the things right there is a mapping and database. The entire system needs to be modern. This is some of our solutions to improving the water, the resources. So if we can modernize our maps, our database, this will give us a lot of information to develop efficient policies and so on. And one of the biggest concerns that we have is the slow pace or snail pace of the Navajo tribe in completing projects. This function was funded with the PTF funding. There's $650,000 that was funded to start this mapping and the we call it inventory of the farmland. And to this day, nothing has happened yet. Nothing is going on. I think in mapping all this, we need to also do the right of ways. San Juan River irrigation system is unique. We do have water rights. And it is the largest farm in that is operated by family farm.
Mr. Raymond, I just want to let you know you have 5 minutes left, and I don't know if the presentation is it Red Feather is going to do, it's going to be inclusive, but if I can get the consent from my colleagues to give you additional time to do your presentation, then we can definitely do that. So I don't know how much longer you have on your PowerPoint presentation than Mr. Red Feather. So you can continue, but if you need additional time, we need to know. So Ms. Red Feather, how long is your presentation?
It shouldn't be that long, probably take that most 5 minutes.
We can give additional 10 minutes, Ashby, members of the committee. We'll go ahead and allot you additional 10 minutes.
I'm gonna continue on.
Yes.
So anyway, what's the uniqueness of it? Because this is it's unique because this allows family farms to operate farms. It's way different than what NACU is, because NACU is a corporate organization. These are deferred maintenance. This is what happens if you don't take care of the canals. You have this, you have trees going on there. Canals are breaking because of we're just not organized.
Mhm.
This is an opportunity that I thought I might share. This was area 7 at the end of the irrigation project, but there's around 2,000 acres. In 1962, it looked like this. Today, it looks like that. But the canal system is all the way up there. If we can define our how much is actually being used, we can develop these areas and put more family farms and put more people into farming. And this is one of the canals are there and Area 7 is right there. This is about the hemp cannabis. The decision needs to be made, for all the people that, decline. And, there needs to be some way to clean up the areas. At this point, I'm gonna give it to Bee, because she has.
Yeah, and, I apologize, I can't get this loaded up, the PowerPoint presentation, but in the PowerPoint presentation, I have exclusive photos of areas that were totally affected by the cannabis. The cannabis came into the northern agency of the Navajo Nation, which included Hogback, Shiprock, Cutty-Eye, San Juan, and Nyanza. And they brought in by the truckloads fertilizer, and we've had 20 or 39 LUPs that participated in the cannabis. And these people took it upon themselves, along with or should I say, these LUP holders and family members came in and negotiated with us the knowledge to go ahead and proceed with the cannabis production. With that, Summer River Farm Board did not gain any money or receive any money from the issuing of licensing. And the licensing that Mr. Denali was issuing at that time, he was charging anywhere from 25 to 145,000 cash. You don't see anything in money orders. There's no paper trails. I was able to get a hold of a makeshift cannabis license with the Navajo Nation logo on it. So he was acting as a proxy for the Navajo Nation. With that, it brought disharmony, it brought all kinds of crazy things. And how I ended up getting involved was, my mom is 80 years old. She was sitting on the porch one morning in May, actually June of 2020. She was drinking her coffee and a gun was pointed at her. 3 of these, I don't know if they were Asians or if they were natives, but they pointed their guns at my mom for coming out, sitting on the porch, enjoying her morning. So that's when I got involved, and I seen it because she yelled at me. And I came out and I looked, so I told her to get back inside. That's when I took it upon myself. I went social media and started broadcasting. I went to the local chapter, to the official. Mr. Chiliazzi at that time was the president. Nowhere, no point in time did he expend his offer to help on behalf of the community. I asked him where he stood with this. He said he was neutral. Come to find out, his brother-in-law was one of them who was participating with the cannabis. So with that, a lot of community members have reached out. I think a lot of the ones that were really vital in helping bring this down were one of the community. We had Joe Benz Jr. We had the late Sandy Kia that came out.
Ms. Red Feather, due to legal issues, Ashonda, we should not be calling third-party individuals, especially if they're not here. Ashonda, so let's go ahead and just keep the report on what the main concern is regarding these particular huts that were left behind. Yeah.
Okay, so with that.
And you do have 5 minutes left. Wow.
The community stepped up. We were out there every day. We've had elders calling, crying, saying, "You're staying with me. They're threatening to take this from me." So the community members got involved. We went out and we tried to give protection. And there's an area there that got very hostile. they attacked kids, they attacked the elders, and this was caught on video. And with that, at that time, the acting or the president of the Navajo Nation, he reached out. And I felt like he did not enforce or did not help the community of the Northern Agency because he allowed them to harvest and then they finally gave them and shut down. So with that, it's really upsetting and it questions not only me, but a lot of the community members who suffer from this. So with that comes the cleanup. I know it's been, they say it's in litigation. We've done our part. The new Seven River Farm Board member who came in and took office in January 2020. The first thing we did on our agenda was to go ahead and push to have the LUP canceled and reassigned. And we fall on deaf ears. We talked to members of RDC. They've listened, but they have not put any of our concerns and our wishes into action. I am a strong believer that these people should be held accountable for their participation in this illegal cannabis. It needs to be canceled, it needs to be reassigned. I've witnessed illegal drilling. I've witnessed young kids drinking there. That's what this brought. And it wasn't a pretty sight. It's not a pretty sight now because it sits like that and we have people adjacent to these greenhouses here that are sitting there. Their livestock are now eating the plastic. I don't know what kind of fertilizer they use. EPA hasn't gone out to assess any of the soil damages, you know, the extent of it. Can the farmland be reused? I know for a fact one of the farms, they did illegal drilling, they did the underground sprinkler system, and they left it. Now it sits like this, and not only that, we have people coming in and taking them. You know, the greenhouses, what's left behind, whatever they can salvage that they find that is useful. So these things could be addressed, you know, where do we go from here? There's no enforcement. You know, our leaders here say that, yes, we're going to do this, come to us, do this. It's been 3 years, going on 4 years now. It's like this. Taken care of. I'm really disappointed with the people that I've gone to in leadership within the Navajo Nation asking for your help to get this taken care of and reassigned. All I hear is, okay, we'll set a meeting, we'll do this, we'll do that. We've submitted the right paperwork. We've gone to Mr. Halona. We've, you know, answered all his requests. We gave all the paperwork. BIA, we gave them everything. Why haven't they been canceled? Why haven't these guys been held accountable? You know, if that happened to me personally and my mom, who knows who else that happened to that? They're afraid to speak up. I know that one of our other members here was also physically attacked. And it was awful. I don't know how many of you guys actually go through Shiprock during the height of the cannabis, and the smell was really, really bad. I mean, you could smell it in Kirtland. That's how strong it was. So for them to stand there and say it's hemp, there's no way. And for the people who participated to say, I didn't know, that's no excuse. Hold them accountable. Let's prosecute them. Let's get these LUPs canceled. What is the problem? What do we need to do as a farm board to push this through? I know there's people that sit in the offices or hold, you know, important areas within the Navajo Nation who are related to these people that are lit on the list of cannabis. You people need to recuse yourself and let justice
Miss
take its place.
Red Feather, time has exhausted, so again, I do appreciate the report. So at this time,
Madam Chair.
Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Development Committee Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to request additional time for the young lady.
Sure.
To go report.
Sure.
I'd like to request the Resource Development Committee to feel that was related to continue the report.
Okay, so how much longer? Like 10 minutes?
It's probably, I'll just.
Five?
Yeah, about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Kokoshi, we'll go ahead and allot you additional 5 minutes, so you can continue.
Thank you. So this is really passionate. to me. Not only me, but the rest of the board members and the community members of Shiprock and the affected areas. You know, I'm asking again, you know, it's taken us 4 years. We're pleading, we're asking, let's get this done. What do we need? What do we need to do? We're willing to do the legwork. We've done the legwork. You know, it's heart-wrenching to see what I once saw, you know, healthy farms. Just dwindle down. And we need to really, I guess, put our foot down. These greenhouses are starting to disappear. I just got a call this morning in regards to an agency within the Navajo Nation who's given permission to take these greenhouses. Sun River Farm Board was not aware of this, nor were we asked, where's the letter or the approval saying we can give these now? We didn't get that. We're a vital part of making these decisions, and we'd like to be informed on what's going on within the farming area. So again, I ask you guys, RDC, Oshkosh, to help us carry this through. Let's get it done. When I took office, I wasn't planning on running for a political position, but here I am. I didn't campaign, I didn't do anything. I got interviewed, and my biggest thing was if I get elected, I'm gonna push for those LEPs to be canceled and reassigned. And that's what I want to do, and I want to carry out for my people. That's what got me in office. And that's what I want to do for them. We have a lot of young farmers out there that are willing to put in the work. So with that said, again, we're asking, we're pleading, please, you know, let's get these LUPs canceled. You know, and I don't want to be, I guess, negative or anything, but, you know, sometimes F gets in the way. We need to set that aside. I know that. I've seen it firsthand in one of my farm board meetings. We voted on an LUP transfer that was out of date. And it was carried through. There was changes made to a conservation plan. There was the old one in there. Things changed. Us as farm board members, when we start to vote on things like that, we're just as bad as the last administration. To me, that's corruption. That hurts what I stand for my people. I'm not here to push things because I'm related to anyone. You know, these things need to be done correctly. That's another thing I just wanted to bring up quickly, is that we need to be honest, we do things justly, and we do have policies and procedures for a reason. So that's another serious issue I felt that needs to be brought to, you know, everyone's attention. Who waits 9 years for an LUP to be transferred, and when there's updated forms that need to be filled out and completed? That's it. Thank you.
And thank you to the San Juan River Farm Board, Mr. Raymond, Ms. Red Feather, and then colleagues sitting back there. I'd like to go ahead and get a motion to accept the report.
Motion.
Honorable Claude, may I get a second? Honorable Simpson. Members of the committee, with information that was shared here this morning by the farm boards, do we have any questions at this time? Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, Ottawa San Juan River Farm Board, identify Selkagi. I would like to make a recommendation, Madam Chair and committee members. I believe that, RDC needs to have a joint meeting with Law and Order Committee on all the, maybe get an update from the attorney that was representing the Navajo Nation versus all those that were involved in the production of hemp and marijuana along the river. So if we could get that scheduled at some point, maybe go into executive session, because the reason I say this is, Kuro, Ms. Redfeather, Yahaji, RDC, but it sounded like we did nothing on the 24th council. But first of all, we have attorneys. Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Navajo Nation Department of Justice hired an attorney from Washington, D.C. I introduced a legislation to criminalize marijuana. And I believe that legislation was 0222-22. Anyways, the council approved it when it got to a point where people were pretty much getting physical with each other. I could hear the frustration in her, but it's not leadership's fault here. At the time, San Juan River Farm Board had an elected leadership. Perhaps two of them tried to oppose what was going on. One of them was Mr. Tracy, the other one was Mr. Albert Lee. The other farm boards were involved in this. They were complicit to this, supporting the production and industry of this hemp marijuana thing. Now, or we do nothing. I want you to have, when we have this meeting, we need to have the Department of Justice there. At the time, these things went to court. It went to court. But before that, the FBI came in, the Navajo Nation Police, Farmington Police, New Mexico State Police, New Mexico San Juan County Sheriff's Office, and there might have been some from here as far as McKinley County, but they brought BIA as well, and we had federal officers, big trucks and equipments, lay farms. Look at that. After that, there was a lawsuit. We cannot tell the prosecutor or anybody, hurry and expedite this. We don't do nothing about it. Our attorneys are telling us these are evidence. Arobanda and RDC 24th Council. Chairman Liz, we don't want you to lead this and make a mess of this. This is our area. We backed off. This was even from our own legal counsel telling us, be careful and get that. No, so we just really didn't get involved. But the legislation helped that I introduced, the council paid for it. I mean, the council approved it. Now, after that, there was a new election, new farm board, and now they gave us an update towards the end of the 24th council, and they reminded us, stay out of it and hit on me. So to this day, we had a new election, new president, a new attorney general. Maybe now's the time to go back and say, okay, let's have an update on this. Where are we at? Where are the lawsuits? There were people that were Navajo Nation employees that were involved. The leadership of the farm board was involved. There was other peoples that were involved in all this. The net Diego. If you had a hasty. Kaya that's ever I don't name. That should probably come until after they have been convicted. Whether they'll pay fines or whether something will be done, I don't know. This is why we have attorneys. That is what they do. That is what we pay them to do. That is why they hired prosecutors to prosecute this. We're just leadership. We just create laws. We don't go in there and tell the prosecutor and the judicial system, hurry up. These teams have convicted us. We can't tell them that. They have due process of law. Because Ani Vikadasti, Ani Tsohonate, she the due process Nikisti. Akoti, Kwaiki, Aqua, Iki, Chair. My suggestion, my recommendation is to have a joint meeting with Law and Order Committee and get an update in executive session where all this is at. Maybe we can invite the farm board and they can sit there and listen and know for sure. They can hear firsthand as to where these lawsuits are at. And there was a lot of things that were discussed here this morning, Shananta. We have a lot of farms from Upper Fruitland all the way down to Aneth. A lot of them are idle. Oh, a year after year, election after election, it's the same. There's a law. That dog is a leg or 2 years there. Anybody can apply for those farms, but we're not willing to tell people that. But I bring it up when I can and let them know during the Gold King mine spill, a lot of these farmers wanted money. But a lot of the farmers spoke and said, we need irrigation canals to be rehabilitated. Let's use this money this way. What don't need? I saw quite a few farm board members over there at these gatherings. Otherwise, it's a lot. Has credit. The Nedeo Hayu. Ajigido don't need. What you go get the talks get show instead of go lift for hard kisita. And then also we depend so much on the Shiprock irrigation department. To me, that's not fair. The reason I say this is, ladies and gentlemen, from San Juan. My family, Baba Farm, from this section to this section, irrigation canal, Chiletonde. But if you see around it, all the way around, they don't do that. We farm boards have a report. Who's listening? Nobody is. And now they want to use money to buy tractors and farm equipment. If you don't know how to farm, if you don't want to farm, why buy them equipment if they don't want it? It's a case of that. Farm equipment if we have all these farms, they're not going to go out there and start working. To me, because I see my family and what they do. And I see others that farm. There's a young man over there. he was out at the RES, and he did a presentation on his farm, how he's really working his farm to make money. And that's what people need to see. We have a lot of food that people grow. Na dan chashianda na skanna yisitra skona. It's not of the did it and na stingy the better hanobanda hanni. So there's a lot to do with it. It's just that people yadan they say this is my farm, but they don't farm it. All they have is a bunch of tumbleweeds and a bunch of prairie dogs. I don't know how you grow them, but I see a lot of them on the farms. Oh, come out and see my family's farm. There's very few people that farm and really take care of their farmland. And we need to do something about those. And really, maybe if people start applying for them, maybe people's eyes will open, but not that's only. Yeah, then that's it all. Let's go. That's it all. Need all. Let's show you what need. You that I reach. Though I should that I need this. Do should carry a corner that is no. Not a action. Not the nation here. But you know. We do need to fix it, but we need to collaborate with Law and Order Committee as well as the Farm Board. I know this other part about that. It is frustrating. It looks like we're doing nothing about it. But if we bring in DOJ, they're going to tell us the same thing. Leave it alone. These are evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Nez, for the comment. And I do have that noted, and I think Rodney also had noted that to have a joint meeting with Law and Order Committee to also have Attorney General and even the Deputy Attorney General and to be present as well to see where exactly the Navajo Nation is in addressing this issue. The other recommendation, and I think that would be fairly well to do, is to invite the San Juan River Farm Board members, just so that you hear firsthand where this particular issue is at with the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to put that down as a recommendation number one. So right now, Shiash Honorable Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to see. There's a cat. The constant complaint on it. Thank you. I don't think I'll say on it. Thank you. Going off when Mr. Mayfeather stated, you know, I tried that area, Shiprock, all the way back to Farmington. And the CVs were used for this hemp farming. And it always comes to my mind why having this, all these, what is used for hemp farming, I guess the greenhouses and all that, haven't been cleaned up. It's a eyesore. And you know, when a crime is committed, it doesn't stay there for years and years and years. To say we're still, but DOJ or prosecutors telling us to keep there as evidence. And this has been there for like 3 or 4 years now, where I guess investigations have happened, and I'm not sure what prolonging to go forward to prosecute these individuals that were responsible for growing hemp or marijuana. And it goes back to, again, when are these areas, they had these greenhouses, they're supposed to be greenhouses, when we cleaned up. And to me, I think, you know, they already had the evidence, they already had all the pictures, they had everything. It's just now, I guarantee you, when we hear from the prosecutor or the people involved with DOJ, they're looking at or working on this stuff. We got to have happen. You know, that's how clean it up. You know, it's okay to clean up. So I think we really, you know, law and order is dealing with, you know, how they're going to continue to go after those individuals responsible. That's, they should be working with law enforcement, the FBI. Is how do we keep these farm and clean? How do we keep these farm people that have farm LPUs to take care of this land? Either farm them, you don't farm them, still take care of them. There's some requirements that are there. That, you know, as we're told, Navajo trust lands and majority of these, I mean, this, all the farm areas are now trust land. And the farmers are just utilizing that land to farm. But the nation still owns the land. That's what's stated by DOJ. Navajo Nation owns the land. So we still have to help out these individuals that have concerns on these farmlands that still needs to be put from the hemp and marijuana that will be grown there. These individuals are concerned that please help us to clean this up. I think members of REC and Madam Chair, I think it's time for REC to step and work with the proper entity with the Navajo Nation and BIA to start cleaning these areas up. How do we go about that? I don't know. I'll be off that. But we still have to meet on this to see how we move forward to clean these areas up. And going back to, you know, when this first started happening, when we first start seeing these greenhouse going up, common sense. I knew it was illegal. I knew they said we're growing hemp. Hemp is still illegal to grow on the Navajo Nation.
I think we need a scheduled meeting.
It's illegal.
Piece. Maybe just.
Even the USDA allows tribe to allow tribes to have hemp growing on the nation. Again, states in the resolution, they have to be licensed by USDA or the Navajo Nation has come with their own regulation on growing hemp. And it goes back to, I don't understand why when this first started, it's been shut down. Should have been shut down already. Hemp is illegal on the nation. The only place that was legal and it only gave us a couple of 3 years was to do research, and that was on national. The council approved that. And that was done by Municipal State University. So it goes back to one of the things I'm getting from a report from Ms. Redfeather is we want these farm areas cleaned up from all these facilities, all these greenhouses we put up. And to me, I see that we as REC can assist. We can't just talk about it. We can assist and bring the proper people in to how we go about it. And again, as evidence, I think it's already been taken care of. All the pictures has been taken, all the stuff that needs to be done to preserve the evidence. You know, these all law enforcement, you don't have to do that, preserve the evidence, and I think they already got that in place. Now it's just how to move forward with prosecuting these individuals that started this whole thing that with this hemp and marijuana. And again, common sense, marijuana. I mean, I have an individual that works for state police, and he was there to clean up this part. Said it was marijuana. It wasn't yet, it was marijuana. So sometimes, I know I usually don't talk a lot, you know, it gets straight to the point. But it's just something that I think what Ms. Redfeather states, you know, I feel the same way when I drive through Hotback. I feel the same way. When is it going to be cleaned up? We need to clean these things up. So, Madam Chair, members of REC, I'd like to, again, I concur with my brother, Delegate Nez, but at the same time, I think we just need to hear the entities or departments that tell them, okay, yes, you guys can start helping to assist these farmers that want these, greenhouse cleaned up or dismantled, and do something with it. So ADOT, I think we can get that in quick. So, what's the status on the prosecuting these individuals? That's going to take a lot of time, but as long as we hear something that these evidence can be demolished or taken down and do something with them, I think that's, we can do that. Now, go back to those individuals, people that allow for these greenhouses to be built to grow hemp and marijuana, you know. It states right here in the resolution of what the farm boards are, their authority. And it says, the power says pursuant to the plan of operation of the farm board, Title 3, Section 65, powers paragraph A, to recommend to the Resource Development Committee and the Bureau of Indian Affairs the granting, assignment, reassignment, cancellation, relinquishment, transfer, agricultural leasing, and subleasing of agricultural land use permit. And if you look at that, they see some wrongdoing. And they have recommended to relinquish some of these permits. And where is Resource and Development Committee and DIA meeting on this? And I believe this was approved back in March 16th, 2021. And I'm not sure when this resolution was given to the Navajo Nation and DIA. So the record to relinquish all the individuals that were here are stated in the resolution. I believe there's, I can't, there's a good number, maybe some, what's that, 20. So they're recommending what they have seen, what they have encountered on this hemp and marijuana. And allowing these individuals to come under areas that have farming permits, and they're still responsible for allowing to have hemp and marijuana grown under area. To me, that is not right. That is not right. I guarantee you, if I was bootlegging on my grazing permit area, I guarantee you, people will be after me to relinquish, to have my grazing permit relinquished. Because I'm selling the drugs, or I'm selling bootlegging. I'll guarantee with Easter, I'll have my grazing permit relinquished on recommendation of the landlord. It will not take that long to get my grazing permit relinquished. This is the same situation here. They allow drugs to be grown under area which they have grazing, which they have a farming permit. So I think to me, as resource development, we need to move forward with what's being recommended from the farm board, and then that's what they're recommending according to the plan of operation.
Mhm.
And it just seems like farm involvement. I know it takes a long time to prosecute individuals that commit crime on the nation, but the evidence is what, again, you're probably preserved right now by the law enforcement, and we can move forward with what's being recommended by the farmers. I want to say San Juan Farm Board. I don't want to spoke on individual, but it's a resolution. So I apologize, kind of put this on this very fast, but this is a farm board resolution. And I think we need to assist in what was presented to us. Then going back to Mr. Raymond, you know, I'm totally supportive of farming. And you have over 12,000 acres of farmland. And it's just, farming is hard. Farming is not gonna make you rich, but it can bring other really good benefits for the people that are farmers and for the people that buy the produce from farmers. But only 25% of the 12,000 utilized. Now that's kind of mind-boggling, because I served on the council when we supported the water settlement between the state of New Mexico and the Navajo Nation. In that area, the area he presented was I mean, it was used to make sure we get our water settlement, what we wanted. And now only 25% of the 12,000 plus acre being realized, you know. It's something, but again, farming is hard work. It's hard work. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying to myself, it's hard work, and you guys all know that. It's hard work, and I think that's why a lot of our young people do not want to move forward being farmers. But how do we get them to do that? How do we get them to become ranchers? How do we get them to continue ranching? How do we get them to continue to what our kids must survive on in that area? We helping the relatives to provide food. But now, I can't remember who was it that told me last week. I didn't grow anything to share because it's not easy to go to Walmart and get the produce. That's the mentality that we have now today. That's the mentality that we have today. And I'm gonna be upfront. That's me. You know, that's me. I can get my produce from Walmart or Bashers' or something. But we really, like I said, it's more healthier to grow your own food. I understand that. And I don't have a big farm, but you know, I still have a garden. And I have to push myself to make sure that we grow our corn, we grow our squash or chili. It's a garden, it's not a farm, but it's still a lot of work. And we do this as a family, but being a farm to grow a lot of produce, those big acres that you guys are talking about, how we get our young people to start growing food again, it's very beneficial. Again, I just wanted to see how RDC can assist the San Farm Board to take care of the canals, think that we've done. I think, to me, I know we have that, but I'd like to see some resolution, what you want RDC to do for you. Because we know we're talking as a board, not as an individual. So I'd like to see some recommendations from the San Farm Board, to say how RDC can help, and we can use that resolution. This is what the San Juan Farm Board wants us to do, from RDC to Division of Natural Resources, or involving with the San Juan County and with other federal entities that we can start working with to assist. And so those are things. So like I said, I sure like to see that whole 12,000 plus acre being utilized for farming, and to show people that we are back to being a self-reliance individual that can grow their own food. So Mr. Raymond, 8-inch cake. 8-inch cake, I know you can present what you want, but it makes it strong for, as a board, to say this is what we want. And Mr. Red Feather, again, I commend you on presenting this, and hopefully RDC and what I talked about, that we can start assisting to get these things done what you requested. Thank you, Manager and members of RDC, and I apologize, we're talking a long time, but I usually just talk a couple of minutes, but thank you.
Yeah, Josh, Honorable Simpson, and again, you don't need to apologize, because we need to talk about this issue. Okay, I just want to make it known that then Attorney General Ms. Doreen McPaul had issued a response in regards to the greenhouses that were left behind on these farm plots. And at that time, the individuals that were the owners to these greenhouses wanted to relinquish their property. But it was stated by then Auditor General that it needed to go through tribal courts. For that reason being, the recommendation that Chair Nez gave us, we'd like to hear from Madam AG Branch and also Deputy AG Heather Claw, that what has this administration done to this point to try to rectify this particular outstanding issue. So that's one. And yes, since Law and Order as well works with these types of issues, we would like our sister committee also to be there in the room to hear from Attorney General as to what they've done to this point. And also, we also like to request the members of the San Juan River Farm Board members to be in attendance. Even not the kid odd And as members of Resources and Development Committee, we would like to have that rational discussion in hopes that we try to move forward with this. According to meet, the requests of the board members on the board, that's one. The other one is since the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and I do see Miss Angela Arvizo from BIA on the call. We will be reaching out to the BIA. And again, thank you, Mr. Raymond, for providing this handout in regards to some of the ask by the board. The Queen in regards to reassignment or taking back LUPs that are not utilized within the 2-year statutory, guidelines that it's slated for them that they need to be farming. If 2 years of no type of activity, the relinquishment needs to happen, but I don't think that there's proper language provision. The relinquishment is going to happen. So those are the tasks that we still need to do alongside San Juan River Farm Board. And then by the request of Shiaj Honorable Simpson to see if we can get a resolution from the farm board, pretty much outlining an ask that would be voted on as your oversight. We can definitely work with you. And I do hear it, just like Honorable Simpson had mentioned, when we go to Farmington or passing through there, it's like, when are they going to take these down? And oftentimes we have livestock that are grazing in some of these areas, and it just makes you wonder. The bet is that plastic these plots. So as leadership, and I'm glad that I was able to come across the members at Hogback chapter when we had RDC meeting. I'm glad that you were able to come before RDC today and really give us an understanding of some of the challenges that the farm board is faced with. And we want to be able to help to make it a more simpler, simplified process for your individuals that hold these permits out there. We call a meeting with them, and again invite the board members back over here to sit down and exchange information with barriers and challenges as board members, and see if BIA are even in receipt of some past resolutions that the board had passed. And I also noted EPA in regards to the land assessment on these farmlands of these current greenhouses that are still there. Is this any contamination question or anything? And I emailed the division director, Mr. Stephen at City, so he can work with his team just to get a response. Do they have to step in? I don't know. So so we'll definitely get back to all the farm board members. And I think we have all of you's email address. If you signed in over there, we'll definitely be able to give that response back to you. So as to what would be the next steps, but we'll definitely be in contact via Rodney, our advisor here to the members on the farm board. So I don't know if there's any final comments, members of the committee. If not, I'd like to go ahead and give it back to the presenters. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to see presenters again. Right quickly, Madam Chair, we got a resolution that was submitted by the San Juan Farm Board, and we do all have copies.
Okay, yeah.
And basically say recommend the Northern Agency Bureau of Indian Affairs, Division of Natural Resources and Nomination Resource and Development Committee to cancel the fall land use permit for reasons the permit holders without legal intent to want to occur on their assignment. And then use permits within the Fruitland and Hallback irrigation project on the nomination. Again, I'm not sure if this was presented to the nomination, during Twin Forks Council and TBIA. So with that, we received it today
Mhm.
and that'll be part of the record. And also I'd like to recommend, assistant from Austin City Council. And also working with Department of Justice. And how, because we were put, resource development is part of it. I don't care if it's 24th, 25th Council, resource development committee. It is on this resolution. So again, I'd like to request Austin City Council and Department of Justice to look into this matter and how we can assist the San Juan River Farm Board to move forward with this resolution. Yeah, again, this is a recommendation. And that's their authority to recommend certain things. So they're basically cancellation. So that's why we're recommending cancellation. So I'd like to see how we move forward to assist the San Juan Farm Board on this. Thank you, Manager, and Mayor, Resource Development.
Okay, yeah, Honorable Simpson, I do have that noted. So as Chair of RDC, I will work with Department of Justice, and we do have Mr. Dan McQueen on the call as well. I believe he's the attorney over DNR, and then also our legal counsel here, and see how we can move forward in this resolution that was approved by the San Juan River Farm Board back on March 16th of 2021. And Aishi Benachet and Linigi will go ahead and start the dialogue on those as well. And thank you for the recommendation, Honorable Simpson. The council, okay. Otto, any other comments? If not, I'd like to go ahead and give it back to Mr. Raymond or Ms. Red Feather, or any of the members that are back there for any final and closing comments.
I wanna thank you, all of you, for committee members, for listening to us. This has been an issue that is long standing. We need to resolve it and go on into the future. And we do wanna put those farms in introduction. It is a waste of resources to just continue doing that. So I wanna I appreciate and thank you for listening to us. And for all the recommendation and the continuing discussion on this, on these issues. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you guys very much for listening. This is something I'm very passionate about on behalf of the community members in Northern agency, and to see and collaborate with their key stakeholders. I'm looking forward, and all I ask on behalf of San Juan Farm Board is that we get communication. Keep us updated so we know what's going on. We're always left in the dark. We don't know what's happening. With that, I guess I also would like to have a final stance on what is going on with the greenhouses, like they're giving them out without our knowledge. And I would like to recommend that those greenhouses be sold on behalf of Salmon River Farm Board, and that money be put into Salmon River Farm Board's funding. That's what I would like to see done. And I would like to see them be sold off the reservation, because I can almost guarantee that those greenhouses are going to be used for carports, garages, shade houses. That's what I'm asking. Thank you guys again, everyone, for listening to us. Yeah.
Question? Yeah, any other members?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me now?
Matt, in that or lead to GPS or the other these because a lot of these greenhouses there are here farm and then they spring. So now we do that, always show up in that. There's a lot of concrete I've been not that where they do the greenhouse. So maybe don't that or be. I don't know. In my area, so. Marijuana. I have a family that had, we had to get out of the house, go somewhere else. In there, and that. We're out there was one in front of my house on the back. Each way, when blowing, now they can cut out in the summertime, that's hot, it's very, very calm, you can smell that in. Feel get sick, we had to get out of the house. So we out, street, and I have a benefit, it's pretty sport, they're outside the house, we practice, play the game, ball, whatever. They wouldn't go out, but people, they come in back and forth 24/7. They were afraid to go out there. But I told you, that was I know it's but not. I had to leave out those people, get out, go even go to somewhere else. And you would hear saying that all the stuff that are there on the structure, greenhouse structure, hiding stalls and all that stuff. They still come out there. They're saying that, take a picture of it for everything. That's what I've been doing. Last Friday, for the 3 days, people coming with a tree. You know, all day was hiding, so I have a picture of it. It's all about. I was wondering where did we call it? So I think all that there. Went to go. It was right across where I live. On the other side of the county. You know, you got a mill that right there on Waterville where it's Sweet Meat. That's next door to Sweet Meat. Down the road, there's a big area. All those greenhouses are popping up right there again. You drive by there, you probably would be smelling all that marijuana kids. I don't know why they're still hanging around here in San Juan County. They should just move somewhere else. Colorado or somewhere, you know. So I don't know, they can't lose San Juan County. They're just hanging around. I don't know which. There's not another farm there. So I never thought, not hope here. Cancellation of a week, not either form. I'm out for it.
Oh, Yate, this is Dene. Yate, this is Dene. Denali. Yate.
Yeah, so we could just do closing then we can, so I'm not gonna allow him to continue.
But I don't even have a. Right. I have to make red, but I don't have there. Through my mom, yeah, people that. Small comments, now. Under the table, the previous one. I don't know how they did it. So now, this figure, there's a lot of people here who are looking for farm, both of these plants for their livestock and for themselves, for vegetable and all that.
So we have a meeting.
But these people, they don't plant.
We go right into.
They're just holding on to their farm land. You can't even lease it out or anything.
We can leave
So,
after this.
I know.
I think that's.
Mr. D, if we can just make it short, Ashwina, because we do have a work session also with DNR.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bill. Illegal, it's okay. y por eso ni siquiera los bandidos, pero sí, a ver, que estaba, pero yo la nada, no hay nada. Como cada gente, la de tigre, porque no digo, pero a ver si la gente, cada gente que o ella va a estar, que todo, I don't know, you're not seeing, they can reach it, they can pat off of, and do the things, that's all things like you, I don't know. So yo, I think, so ella, in fact, shut it off, just from the promotion, I'm sorry, I'm seeing, I'll be all the time, I'm seeing, okay.
Taguchi?
That day, still Cody, and one's in the big community there. We don't have health issues down there. We just have a lot of standstill on our parks. But we didn't have a park board number there for a while. But I'm educating my community on LEDs and stuff like that. And I'm glad I'm here and I'm on your comments and when you're gonna help us. And I would like to involve my community and our community to get educated in our party. That way we turn the standstill farms back to utilizing our farms. I can't have to do this for everything you do and to,
Taguchi? Yeah, adosha na tani no Biden hamo kaido kundinishi will be communicating via email from our advisor for these future meetings that were noted. So at this time, Rodney, could we please take it to roll call vote to accept the report?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving report items 5A. Honorable Shannon Clark, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Taguchi, yeah, thank you. So with that, motion carries. And again, thank you for being here with us today at our special RDC meeting to the San Juan River Farm Board, and we look forward to more dialogue. So, travel home safety. And again, thank you so much for all you do as well out there for our farmers in the San Juan region area. Yeah. Next, I'd like to go ahead and take it over to receiving reports, letter B. Report from the Division of Natural Resources and their departments and programs on the K accounts with allocated expenditure and remaining funds which have not been spent. I don't know if Division Director Halona is going to be back or who's taking the lead for him, and then also the other departments and divisions. So if we can have you all take a seat up here, I would appreciate it. And I believe that we got the email, right? We got the email from Mr. Jason John in regards to the information that will be shared here with us. Mr. John or Brenda, who's taking the lead of the presentation?
let's get in return quickly. But we can go ahead and probably go by each department. We have water resources, Jason here, we have HPD, Linda here, we have forestry back there. And minerals.
Just make that recommendation. Members of the committee, I'd like to suspend the 20-minute report that is allotted, because we know that Division of Natural Resources is a big division, I believe, with 13 departments. And how many department needs to report their K account information, Brenda? We have minerals as well.
We have about 5 departments.
Okay, so with that, we'd like to go ahead and just go forward. And since we don't have really no other reports or legislation to approve, I'd like to go ahead and just see if I can allot to the departments 15 minutes, you think? Or just not even
4 minutes per department.
4 minutes per department, Jeanette. No, we'll just go ahead and continuously go, just give your report. So I know that we have got the email, Mr. John, so you can go ahead and go off of your report. So if we could just have the department managers take a seat up here and give us the report. Yeah. Chair Ness?
Just for the record, I'm glad that we're gonna give them some extra time. So perhaps now's the time for all of us on the record to say that it's okay, that we could concur to give them time, because this is very important, Chair. Thank you.
Hakushi. So recommendation by Chair Nez to put on the record, we're going to allot more than 20 minutes. I don't know how to state it, like maybe unlimited minutes to
Unlimited until they're done.
Hakushi. So members of the committee, I'd like to go ahead and request and get consent by committee members. Unlimited amount of time given to Division of Natural Resources to complete their report, to give us as RDC members K count budget allocation, the expenditure, and the current unexpended funds that are still within these K accounts. Vice Chair, you concur? Unlimited?
By 2 o'clock, right? That's from our work session.
Yeah. Hakushi, maybe by 1:30? By 1:30, Hakushi. So I have consensus. Vice Chair, you can say, okay. Hakushi, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. John to start with you at.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and committee members, Jason John, the Director of Department of Water Resources. I just sent Rodney a summary report. I wasn't really sure what the context of the report today, but I understand that the discussion was about some of the problems on why we were not spending funds from K accounts. We have several dozen K accounts that we manage over the years. So I thought it would be better just to give the committee an overall overview of the kind of monies that we handle. So the summary report that I sent got described. The first one was just the ARPA project K account. So we had 2 resolutions approved by council. One was for the defunded CARES, CJY 4121. Those had several K accounts established for water resources for water projects. The other resolution was CJN 2922 for water resources for projects. We all know the timelines associated with these ARPA funds to have things encumbered this year and to have it expended by December 2026. So we are moving forward on all of that. The challenge has been is that we had several positions budgeted underneath that program, but we only filled 1 position out of the 3. The other 2 positions were going to be pretty critical, including the civil engineer and the contract analyst. But those positions have yet to be filled for the expenditure of ARPA funds. And what that has resulted in is all of that ARPA work is being shifted onto other existing staff, including myself, other staff funded. They're supposed to be handling New Mexico funded projects. And others, so it's really put a lot of additional workload on existing staff. So what we're trying to do the best that we can to spend that money. The other, and just to note that for the ARPA projects, water resources was allocated about $290 million of ARPA funding. So that's what we're managing right now. And as of last month, we expended approximately 100 million of that and encumbered more than that. So we are trying to move forward. Some of the significant problems that we are facing with these ARPA projects is just the 164 review process. I cannot point to one single reviewing department because each contract or agreement that we're trying to process is very unique. And they all have their own issues, whether it comes to the business units, the object codes, the types of contracts that we're being requested to use, the insurance requirements of their vendor. For example, there's a groundbreaking ceremony next week for project. We're, the Navajo Nation has contributed $50 million to that construction. We haven't, that contract has been in 164, that agreement with the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority has been in the 164 review process for about 2 months now. And just yesterday, I finally was able to reach Department of Justice. Some of the big problems with that agreement are that our risk management is saying that a government entity doesn't meet the Navajo Nation's insurance requirements. So it's insufficient. So we're gonna try to deal with that through the Department of Justice. But we need to pay that money for the construction to occur for the pipeline project. Because under the original agreement with Albuquerque Water Utility Authority, it said that we would not make that entity pay for this construction. It would be the Navajo Nation that will provide the water and the funds for construction. So as of today, we have not been able to execute that agreement or pay it out. So we're hoping we can get that done this week, signed by the president. Get it back to the controller's office for an agreement number, but it does face some significant hurdles at this stage, in the late stage of that full agreement process. But that's just one project or several dozens that we have under ARPA, and they all have their unique stories with these ARPA projects. The next large category of projects that externally funded projects that we oversee are these public law 93-638 contracts. And we have several of these 638 contracts in existence. I ordered them in the summary that I just emailed out from the oldest to the newest. And some of our oldest ones go all the way back to 2012 when the San Juan settlement was approved. And then we got some fundings through the BIA through that settlement. From BIA for the irrigation rehabilitation, conjunctive groundwater use. So those are the two oldest. Those are model 108 contracts. Model 108 contracts are basically contracts that are not construction related. So planning and design. We have pretty much spent all of the monies for these two contracts. We're just trying to close them out over the next year or so for those number 1 and number 2. The third one, the water monitoring inventory program, A15 AB 00083. That was a 5-year contract from 2015 to 2019. That has a lot of money sitting in it still. We lost 2 of the key staff that were assisting me with monitoring that contract. One was retired, and one left the Department of Water Resources. So right now, there's really there's a bigger issue within water monitoring, the fact that they don't have a building anymore. Their building was closed and shut down in January 2020, just before the pandemic, for structural issues, mold issues, everything issues with that building. So it's been shut down. We were told to vacate it. So the water management branch does not have a building. That's what held the water control program. A lot of the staff have been moved into small spaces within the technical construction operations branch, water resources main complex. But we still have significant office space issues, and for that reason, we can't really hire more people for that program, including these 2 positions that all been left. Principal hydrologist, senior hydrologist, water management branch program manager. There is no office space for these people. The next contract, is for irrigation rehabilitation. There are several of those. There's, an A16 AV, there's an A17 AV. Those projects are moving forward, but there have been some, issues with cost of materials increase for those irrigation rehabilitation projects that has put pressure on expending those monies. For example, the biggest one is the Upper Fruitland project, the diversion project, where, we had basically had several $1 million to complete that project left in that contract. But when the bids came in last summer, they came in at about $15 million. So we were significantly under budget. But it's significantly over budget for the funds that we have. And we don't have the money for that project. So at this point in the stage, we're looking for about $20 million just because of the cost price increases since last summer. So we need about $20 million and more money to complete the Upper Fruitland diversion project. That is one of the biggest significant problems for that irrigation rehabilitation fund. The other projects also include the water development programs, which is overseen by Mr. Clark. And this 638 contract is for livestock and irrigation systems on Navajo. Both the water development program and the water monitoring inventory program by Water Resources, those two 638 contracts have tribal priority allocation funding and one-time project funding within them. Both of those contracts from BIA are renewed basically every 5 years. So the water development program, which is mainly overseen by Mr. Tarek, they have projects to rehabilitate windmills and things like that. So, and I did send the annual reports for these contracts to the committee earlier today. So if you want to read into what kind of projects we completed and things like that, that is available. Now, the next part is the number 7 is the contemplative groundwater, so Part J construction. I talked about the Model 108 contract from 2012 that was for planning and non-construction related. This portion of the subpart of the 638 contract is for construction related. With our specific construction projects underneath the subpart J construction contract with BIA. One of the significant problems is the lack of staffing as well for this contract. And then the lack of a building. So we do contract out a lot of the planning and design for these projects. So those are moving forward. It's just that the monies internally aren't getting spent. But most of the projects are moving forward for these funded projects. We have a new contract for water monitoring. I talked about the 2015 agreement, then we have the 2020 agreement. And then we'll be getting into a new agreement this summer. So this contract will be ending this year, and we'll be negotiating a new 638 contract for the water monitoring program this year. And that'll go through the RDC committee as well. This one underneath the water management branch also faces the same it's the same group that has the issue with no building, lack of staffing, not enough funds underneath this program for what they need. So there are a lot of significant problems with the water monitoring program. The other contract that we have with BIA is for the Safety of Dams program. That is managed by Mr. Paul Law. He's a civil engineer. They didn't describe any significant problems underneath that contract. But I do know they have an old building. It's a modular building and it is falling apart. So, but that is something that this contract does not fund. The BIA 638 contracts, they don't provide money for new buildings for safety of dams or water monitoring inventory. So that's something that would have to be addressed within the Navajo Nation. And then, of course, there's the Water Development Program, their most recent contract, the 823 00366. Within the Water Development Program, the biggest problems have been hiring workers. The pay is low for equipment operators on Navajo Nation, so that includes hiring for laborers, welders, mechanics, drillers, electricians, and other staff. So just the lack of staffing within water resources has been a significant issue over the last several years. And it seems like every week or every other week, we're losing another equipment operator or something. So what we've been done, Mr. Cars has been able to manage the existing staff that he has to try to address many of the needs out of the communities. And when it comes to earthen dams, rehabilitation, or windmill repairs, trying to make sure the irrigation systems are put online to deliver water to the canals. We try to get that moving as smoothly as possible, but it has been a challenge with the less staffing that we've had. In January, the last count that we had for water resources was that we had over 50 vacant positions. We currently have a staff pool right now of about 100 staff and about over 50 vacant positions. So those are some of the more significant issues that we face at Water Resources. The other big agreement that we have is for Navajo Gallup for the Chillicothe lateral, where we took some of the money from BOR to manage the design and construction of the Crown Point lateral. So all of that work is being contracted out, and NECA will be doing the construction. So they should be starting construction on the first phase this year. And then upcoming agreements is the renewal of the water monitoring contract that I already mentioned. We're going to be submitting $50 million trust fund for the San Juan settlement. That will be coming to resources as well. Then there's also the Utah water rights agreement, that $211 million. That agreement will be coming through resources committee as well, hopefully this summer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. John. So, members of the committee, I'd like to go ahead and ask if any of the committee members have any questions for Water Resources in regards to the budget information that was shared here with us. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your presentations, Mr. John. On that question on your, you mentioned that you had a vacancy on a civil engineer, and there was another position you mentioned.
Contract analyst.
And then you're saying you have 50 vacancies within your department?
That's
Your total is 100. 100. Okay.
we currently have just over 100 staff on payroll.
Okay. But you can go up to about 150?
Yeah.
Okay. I know Hess is working closely with DPM on the wage salary adjustment assessment. So have you reached out to DPM or Hess regarding the pay?
We've been meeting with DPM pretty regularly over the last several months to discuss some of our concerns. So one of the things that they just keep reminding us to keep submitting our vacancies, job vacancy announcements to make sure they're up to date. So we're trying to do that because anytime you look at the job vacancy listing on DPM's website, you don't see the 50 positions. You see a lot of them for equipment operators and things. But like I said, some of those positions, we don't have office space for them, like the, program managers of water management, senior hydrologists, principal hydrologists. So, there's most likely if we can hire some of those positions, they would likely have to work remotely. To get them on board.
Sort of commend your staff and your department, for hanging in there. And I know I got to meet one of your staff at Twin Arrows. They're drilling that well out there near Twin Arrows. And he's actually not a driller, he's a laborer. And, sleeping in his truck and, just trying to, in the wind, and the winter time. And yeah, he invited me out to the site, but I got lost, so just turned around. And, but I do, appreciate you, contracting out some of these positions, these jobs, these projects, to other entities, because I know there's we got some, businesses out there that do the drilling of wells. They do a lot of these projects, windmill, the tanks, everything like that. You're willing to do all this work. Again, I appreciate you, reaching out to these contractors and getting us some work. And I don't think I'm gonna be filling those 50 vacancies anytime soon. So continue to, work with what you can. You mentioned you got $290 million of ARPA.
That's right.
And you've expended 100 million.
That's
About around. Okay. And you got some obligated, so you got about 100 and what do you got left? 190?
That's right.
Okay.
So that was at the end of March, so we obligated more over the last month. And expended more over the last month.
Well, I'm gonna come visit your office here.
Okay.
And what is it within the 164 process? You mentioned these codes, and I would think there would already be these object codes for these some of these projects. What is it within this? What's the main thing within the 164 process that's stalling the progress?
Some of the more significant ones are the US Treasury requirements for cost analysis. They don't accept bids as a justification for cost analysis. So we have to do a separate analysis. So we publicly advertise the construction. We get bids that come in, they're all different kind of bids for the same thing. We select the lowest bidder. But then the US Treasury says that's not acceptable as a cost analysis.
Yeah.
You have to do your own analysis separately from the bidding process. And it needs to be done prior to advertisement. So we have to go through on our own, generate a cost analysis of everything before it goes out to bid.
Good.
And with the lack of staffing and everything. I will call those US Treasury requirements,
Yeah.
but that's the one of the most significant things. The second one is insurance requirements for vendors. Of course, the biggest one is with the Albuquerque County Utility Authority. Our risk management saying they don't meet their requirements. So that's something we're working through.
Now, what is exactly is the $20 million project in Tojole?
That's to construct the water line, Albuquerque.
Wow.
Well, that groundbreaking is next Wednesday in Albuquerque. I don't know if the committee got the invite for all of that. Okay, I'll send it to Rodney.
No.
Do we bring our hard hats? Just kidding.
And then you mentioned that a lot of your buildings and your facilities are all condemned. Well, most of them are condemned and unfit for your staff and your department employees. When I hear this a lot from different departments and divisions, I think it's time for us to decentralize a lot of these programs back to the agency instead of being here in Window Rock. And I think we'd be more efficient if we decentralize a lot of our departments and programs. So we'll be closer to where, you know, they are really needed. So, but again, thank you, Jason, for your presentation. I'll be visiting you soon.
If you have Vice Chair for those questions, any other members on the committee with questions? Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, Mr. John. Certainly appreciate your report as well as the work that you do for the great Navajo Nation. One other question that I would like to ask is about the Fruitland diversion, the 20 million that was underfunded. So will that at some point will you receive some additional funding for that project? Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
So we'll go ahead and give it back to Jason for a response.
Thank you. The Upper Fruitland Diversion Project does not have any more money coming to it from the San Juan settlement. So we are short on funds for that project. So we have to try to discuss what other options we have. There was a short discussion about possibly getting that ARPA funded because it already went out to bid last summer. It is construction ready. But it was not included in the another option was talking about citizen, trying to get that project completed. So those are the only two discussions we've had at this point internally about additional funding for that project.
Chair Ness? Yeah. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chairman, for bringing that up. So the other option is using ARPA, right? That under budget project you're talking about, what Chairman Nez said. Have you begun the process on it?
I had to meet internally within the executive branch division and the president's office to even talk about that. So
Okay,
I'd like to have those discussions internally.
okay. Well, like you said, it's already project ready, so. Okay, all right, thank you.
I wish you thank you for that. Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sure thank you. Mr. John, thank you for your presentation. You stated that we don't have office space. Well, we have 50 vacancies. Then you stated that you have met personnel numerous times and they recommend us to continue to submit the paperwork to so the advertising go out for these positions. And let's go back to the building. You basically your office is located, I mean, all the offices under the water resources. Majority also located and there's buildings that should be condemned. Back when we were looking at the budget for FY 2024. During that time, I stated that it's worth to see how we can get a new facility for you to market. As the date, I have not received any documents or any requests to see if we can get some appropriation from Mr. Council to get you new building. So the staff will work out of the state building. And to this day, I have not received any documents to request it. This budget. You know, already at 5 minutes, so that's gonna start. Before 5 minutes. So second, you can continue to resubmit those vacancy into the position that you need, key personnel. And it's not the ways we like to play, nobody's done that.
apply, that's why we have a vacancy. I know we work with different fundings. And I'm just thinking that there, that maybe some positions that you really don't need. You can put that into some positions that you can pay higher salary. So the ones that are important that we really need to get these positions filled. I think that's the way it can be done. Because right now, you just resubmit to personnel. And you're gonna be in the same situation because nobody applying. I mean, we all talk about this, we hear that every meeting that we have RDC. And I'm gonna reiterate again to where even Walmart workers, sometimes even those teenagers are making more money than similar employee and big number of employees. So going back to what I stated, Mr. John, I'm just recommending to maybe do away with the position that you need to, that really doesn't be filled, but use that money to up the salary, make it competitive on salary, so we can get these positions filled. So I know, Vice Chair just stated you're contracting some of these positions out, which is good. I think so we recommend from RDC, but you know, people are still out there stating water resources department's not being, we know why, we know I gave my report, but the thing about it is that people are still wanting their earthing, I mean, chapters still want their earthing dams repaired, still want windmills repaired. And, you know, we say water is life, but how do we go about it? Do we start contract? I know parts is another issue for these windmills, because of the supply. And it's just something, how do we go about this? So I'm just throwing my recommendation out, sir, with the vacant positions, you know. Again, we work with different funding sources, but if you can keep it in the same funding sources or things to up the salary, even with something that's really needed. Then again, I want to continue to reiterate that we contract some of these positions out to get these earthen dams out there repaired. I know, the windmills.
Is he able to?
You hear that a lot. You hear that a lot from the prison officials, and you hear that a lot from the joint landlord industry. Today, we heard the same thing,
Increases.
far more, the canals. So,
And you
you know,
just justify.
now our prison official work with livestock, we should go and work with livestock. Water is a big thing out there, too, just like the problem for the state, you need water and the canals, and the maintenance or repaired, this was brought up today. So again, John, I'm still willing to work with you on your facility. We have some modular build up these, seated right away. And we can start working on that, how much we need, because with 100 employees right now, with 50 vacant, just imagine, it's 150 personnel.
I said about 20 million.
So you don't want them all scattered out with the bush, you know. I know you got a good number here in the central government share, but I want to work with you, so Mr. John. And again, it's the recognition of the salary, this is the recognition of me. You take it, and be good, we'll probably be in the same position next year again. Probably be in that position. Thank you, Madam Chair, and RDC.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. John.
Yes, yeah, thank you. We will, meet and provide some documents to you for building. We've been working with property management and trying to, remove some of the older obsolete equipment. And equipment that's in our yard, and make more space within our area for possibly additional building. That is something we've been working on. But we can get back with you shortly on that. We do, when we are hiring, trying to hire somebody, we do have to work with personnel department to request a pay increase. And it has to be justified, it has to be approved by personnel management, so that it is a process within itself. It's a long process, but sometimes it's successful and sometimes it's not. So we do that, we try to do that with all the positions that we're hiring for. Thank you.
So thank you, colleagues, for your recommendation. I know oftentimes working with DPM, you have to negotiate if you're going to redo a PCQ for a position to get it to a higher grade step pay. But it is doable, but I know that you're short-staffed, Mr. John, and I really appreciate, you know, the with the lack of staffing, sometimes resources, your department is making that initiative to try to meet the needs across the board, especially in the areas of windmill repairs and the rehabilitation of earthen dams, just as it was said by one of my colleagues here. And also just every aspect of what water resources department is doing. So that's a good start, you know. Honorable Simpson did say that he wants to work with you in hopefully securing the building. But I don't know if the land acquisition for water resources, if there's land that is already out there that has been approved. I know you're back there in the old Fort Defiance jail area. And maybe those could be demoed and maybe that would be an area to start. I don't know. So just some internal planning that needs to be done. Any other members with any questions or comments? So with that, thank you for the presentation. And again, one of the things that we just been telling the divisions and departments when they come before us is just be vigilant of the deadlines on when these contracts are supposed to expire. And with the 638 contracts that you have right now, you know, if you ever have any issues, you know, definitely bring it to us and we'll definitely try to be able to assist you if it's anything related to BIA that needs to be addressed. So again, thank you for all you do. Yeah. On to the next department. Who wants to go first so you can leave? Forestry, it's your wildlife. Forestry, okay.
Come on down.
Flip the coin.
I just did. We drew straws.
Okay, so Mr. Vicente, have you been able to submit your budget information to Rodney?
Chair, members of the committee, first and foremost, I apologize for not submitting a written report. I will provide that before the close of business today via email. So what I will give you today is just a brief overview of where we're at as far as expenditures. What we've received and what, let me back up. So what we were allocated, what we expended, and what our balances are.
Gushi, members of the committee, would that be okay with you all? He's going to give us a verbal report, but he's going to provide the written report by the close of business today. Abigaya. Gushi, so you go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alex Vicente. I'm the department manager for the Navajo Forestry Department in the Session Slope Committee Advisory Team. Currently, our department is overseeing right now two contracts we have active. The first one is a prior year we call them contracts and grants, and BI called them prior year contract that ran from 2018 to 2022. We had some unexpended funds in that contract that we're currently utilizing. Within that particular contract, we were allocated a total amount of $7.4 million. To date, we've expended $6.6 million of that. And so we have an available balance of about $812,000. When you take a look at that and break that down even further, we're looking at one-time funding or project-specific funding within that contract. That was a majority of the funds that we received.
And out of that contract, we had 23 total K accounts. There were a number of small amounts that were provided by the BIA, that the BIA wanted specific K accounts for accountability. And each of these K accounts, as I mentioned, is for specific projects. For example, we have one project that had 3 different K accounts, and we divided three sums of, we got 3 sums of money that we essentially allocated a certain, not really percentage, but more of a portion of those funds into working with the BIA. And so our biggest challenge right now in that is, I guess, like you're gonna hear from a lot of the departments, is limited resources, both financial and it doesn't sound like financial, but financial and human resources. Our department right now oversees management of about 4.8 million acres of forest and woodlands for the nation. Of that, 600,000 acres is the Defiance Plateau of Chusca Mountain, what we call the commercial forest. Outside of that's 4.5 million acres of pinyon juniper woodlands. We have 3 professional foresters overseeing that management. Total staff, we have about 15. Of the 15, I have 1 law enforcement officer. And so for us, partnerships with the Now Nation Fish and Wildlife conservation officers, as well as the Department of Resource Enforcement Rangers, becomes a big key in enforcing rules and regulations. And so that's kind of where that is where we stand right now. And like I said, with 3 professional foresters, most of the time I'm excusing myself out of that. Receiving my degree out of NAU years ago. I've got 2 additional foresters that are also NAU alumni that are working with our department. And so we are fairly stretched, but we are doing what we can and what we need to do. We know the importance of the resource and the focus of what needs to be done. It's just a matter of making sure that we get and we stay in compliance with federal rules and regulations. One of those compliance issues is NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act. For any project that we do in regards to cutting of trees, removal of trees, we need to make sure we have NEPA compliance. We have to get a biological resource survey and a compliance form, a cultural resources survey and a compliance form. We have to do a certified silvicultural prescription. And once we get all of those, we submit that information to the BIA or a categorical or an environmental decision, which essentially is a categorical exclusion. And so those are the hoops we're jumping through right now. And again, you're going to hear it from other departments of lack of resources that they have. And one of those right now that is key is the lack of an archaeologist. You'll hear it from the HAPD, Historic Preservation. They do have a forestry archaeologist person identified within their accounts, but no one's applying for that position. But what we're starting to take a look at now with some of this unspent prior year contract money is actually taking a look at contracting out the cultural resources so that we can move forward with some of our projects. Again, with the prior year, we are expending our monies. The other challenge we do have with contract funding, as you may be aware, is needing to get price quotes, purchasing quotes. 3 different purchasing quotes as compared to 2 with general funds. And for us to get specific forestry equipment, it's difficult.
Mhm.
We used to have 3 companies, 2 of them merged to 1. So that knocked us back down to 2. And so we start taking a look at who we can utilize. And most of the times, yes, we do get the same one that we've been dealing with for years. We still get a quote from them. Other companies will leave us a no quote, they'll bid higher, so we know where we're going. But it's just trying to search those companies out to get what we need. And so, that's really what we're looking at as far as, expended funds and getting projects taken care of and addressed. I know there's a lot of issues out there, and our staff is pretty stretched. Out of 15 people, we have an additional 6 that are temporary laborers that are really out there doing what we need to get done in regards to addressing tree removal for different areas and working to can in that manner. So again, for available expenditure with our prior year funds, we're looking at about $412,000 that are project specific. Some of those projects have been completed, they still have a balance, but we have to go back to the BIA and reissue the scope of work. We have to we got to tell the BIA how are we going to spend these monies again. It's just not a simple, okay, there's funds available, now let's go spend. We have to make sure with one-time project funding that they're expended within that narrow window of that specific project. If we get a balance of that, we've got to figure it out, okay? Where else can we utilize these funds? We have 2 new account numbers under a new contract that we initially that we've had approved through the process from that will cover from 2023 to 2027. In that we have about $487,000. We got some contract issues with BIA right now. That need some further discussion and some further work in regards to that. Out of this $487,000 that's available that we do have, initially we would have more than that, but due to partial declination from BIA into 2 contract years, BIA is withholding about $1 million of travel part reallocation. So those are the issues we need to work. Whether that be through the legal system, whether it be through negotiation with BIA, those are things that will need to be looked at. They are being looked at right now. I'm not saying they're not being looked at. They are being addressed and being reviewed through the Nomination Department of Justice, the 6th, I believe it's the Human Resources Unit. Michelle. Yeah, the Human Resources Unit. Michelle Begay-Nakai is the attorney that is looking into that. We are yet to expend these funds, as I mentioned earlier. We are expending prior year funding right now to make sure we keep our staff on board and make sure that we do have completion of our projects or initiation also of our projects. So again, that's where we are really in a nutshell in regards to our current expenditure rates or current allocation and what's available. Money is being spent, it's just being, we've got to make sure that we stay in compliance with the contract itself and also the financial rules and regulations and expending dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Pacenti. Members of the committee, do we have any questions for Mr. Pacenti in regards to his presentation? Okay, well, with that, Mr. Pacenti, thank you for sharing the information with us in regards to the contracts that forestry currently has. And again, with the limited staffing, you know, that's yes, across the board in terms of human capital. And right now, as my colleagues have mentioned, I know that it is this council's initiative to try to make pay adjustments for a lot of our employees so that they have competitive wages, just like they would have off reservation. And again, If you, in regards to the procurement, maybe we can assist you there with special language provision, but we would need to have you reach back out and see where we could make those, changes if it at all could be possible, but that would have to be talking to, the attorneys and just where those language provisions need to be made in regards to the procurement that you're having issues with. And then, again, with BIA, if you need further assistance from the committee, please reach out to us, via Rodney, and he'll definitely let us know, okay? Koshi, let me go ahead and give it to Honorable, Simpson and then to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. RC, this is a quick question. To our city council. April, on this procurement issue that Madam Chair just mentioned. When departments receive federal dollars, we use our procurement policy, right? Not the federal government policy, because we always get these, this is stipulated by the federal government. But we're a sovereign nation, yes, we do get federal funds, but we still should be utilizing our procurement policy. So, I mean, sometimes we hear that with the fall stipulation of the federal government. Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. RC.
Koshi, so let me, yield the floor over to, Ms. Quinn for a response in regards to the procurement policy that the Navajo Nation has. Ms. Quinn, if you can make a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that question. I'm certainly not a procurement expert. Probably people in this room know way more than I do. I believe the 3-quote requirement is a federal requirement, right? It doesn't come from the Navajo requirements. And that's the issue we're talking
I
about.
believe it is, I'm not sure.
Because I've never seen the 3-quote requirement in our procurement requirements. And I was told that it was a federal requirement. But I can look into it and talk to people who are much more knowledgeable about this than I am, like Laura Lynch in our office is much more knowledgeable when it comes to procurement.
Koshi, thank you, for that, Ms. Quinn. I know that, from DOJ, legal counsel, Ms. Balzowski was, taking the lead with the procurement provisions with Budget and Finance Committee, so you might want to reach out to her and just get clarification. Vice Chair?
Thank you for your presentation. And I'd like to go back to the to my good friends at BIA withholding millions of dollars from your department. What did you say was a tribal allocation? Tribal
Priority allocation.
Yeah, so please reach out to us and we can go ahead and secure a meeting with our friends at BIA and see what's going on there. So look forward to helping you.
Certainly will.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I failed to mention, we did receive ARPA funding. We received we received close to $1 million, but we've expended down to a current balance of $758,000. We are utilizing those ARPA funds to assist NTUA in infrastructure projects. NTUA's got power lines that are either community projects or short line extensions where tree removal is required. So we were able to hire some field staff to go out there and begin taking a look at a lot of these projects on the ground and issue a permit to NTUA to allow for construction of those projects. So a lot of what NTUA has been going through their Light Up Navajo activity. I've informed our staff that we're actually part of that success in getting power to individuals out there on the nation.
Great, thank you. So you mentioned 758,000 that's still unexpended, right? When you
Yes.
spent that?
That's unexpended, that's balance we have, so.
Okay,
We will achieve that total expenditure of the account by the end of 2026.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for that information. So we just need a follow-up here in regard to the procurement, in regards to price quotes, how many is required if it's involving federal funding? And again, we'll go ahead and get that update, via our legal counsel, Ms. Quinn, to, send out that information to the committee. And if it does require any, I guess, language provision that would be specific to forestry, we definitely can work on that because of the special circumstances in regards to machinery items and whatnot.
Sure.
We can try to work with that with Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Goshen. All right, so with that, thank you for your report, Mr. Vicente. We, look forward to receiving your written report by the end of, or else I'm gonna go call Mr. Halana. Kidding. It's a joke. We just need some humor here. Okay, thank you. On to the next department. Fish and Wildlife. Mhm. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I would like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you, and your budget information is emailed out, so we have that information with us.
Yeah, I'll start. My program is called the Management and Research Section within the Department of Fish and Wildlife. My name is Jeffrey Cole. And we emailed you this table with a bunch of accounts on there. You got that? I don't know if you all have that in front of you, so make it a little easier for you to understand. I'm gonna go back and start from the beginning of the yellow pages. This last page here where it has one gray column and the rest are yellow, it's FY 2018. And I'll start there and I'll work my own way from the right to the left and go forward to the next page. And so on from 2018 up to 2024, okay?
Okay.
So the first column there is a BOR account, so we will skip that one. That case 13702 is a BOR account. The next account is 16732. That's an old TPA account. It's zeroed out. Now the K170779 is a BOR account. And then the next account, K170726 is zeroed out. K18791 is zeroed out. K18790 is zeroed out. K18789 is zeroed out. K18783 is zeroed out. Are you guys able to follow?
Yes,
Okay.
we,
And then we've got this K18750 feral horse management. It has $8,094.13 left over.
mhm.
That's an account that's invasive species from the BIA that they gave to our department. And to jointly manage with agriculture, but because we have a contract and agriculture doesn't, the easiest way for them to give us money is to do a modification with Fish and Wildlife. So that, the remaining money in there, we're working on a contract right now to service the utility vehicle that they use to do the horse roundups.
Mhm.
And we're gonna use that up by the end of this year. Okay? And then, the next account is K18704. That was a TPA allocation. It's zeroed out. And then the next account is K19797. This is an invasive species. And what we did, going back to this year of FY 19, we've gotten into invasive species monies each year. So we have, I think right now we might have skipped a year, but we have 4 accounts that are invasive species accounts. And what we did is we created a wildlife law enforcement position in there for patrolling the San Juan River and Morgan Lake to try to keep aquatic invasive species out of Morgan Lake. Like if we got zebra mussels in Morgan Lake, that would really affect the power plant. And it would be, it's right next to Nappy too, so the irrigation systems at Nappy would really be affected by that. So that's what that's for. But it happened during COVID. It took a long time for us to hire the law enforcement officer and a technician. We've got them all hired now, so each year right now, they're moving from one year to the next year in the account. So we're we're behind, but we got all the positions filled now. We don't have any vacancy problems. And it's moving forward. So you'll see a couple more of those accounts as we go along. The next account is K 190-780. That's got 13 cents left over. We'll have to figure out how to spend that. I'll tell you, one of the things we did last year, and somehow this one slipped through the cracks, I had like 5 of these accounts like that. And I had one of my staff do an OR with the post office for 1 cent postage stamps. And we zeroed out about 6 accounts. But we're gonna have to do that again with stuff like that's what we have to do to zero these things out. Once we get to the bottom of the account, it's really hard to use them up. So we'll do something like that for that.
13 cents.
Okay. And then the next account, K 190-779, that's called it's a one-time funding from the BIA for a conservation officer position. We call that CLEO, CLEO. And we have a little bit of money left in there where we got a staff that's gonna move into there for a little while and get that zeroed out as much as possible. That's the same thing I was telling you about the invasive species. We hired one officer under this CLEO program and we get money every year. So every year they go from one account to the next. And it took a few years to hire them during COVID, so we're a little bit behind, but now with the staff is there and we're moving forward and we can get those funds used up. The next account is K 190-773. It was an allocation for $2,154 for one of our staff to go attend a climate change training. And when we applied for the funding, the training happened and we used our general funds to pay for the staff to go. So now we've asked the BIA if we can use this for something else. We haven't got an answer yet, but it's $2,100.
Yeah.
We'll get it used up eventually, where they can have the money back. But next account, K 190-768, that's youth funding. We have 5 youth accounts going back to 2019, and you can see this one has $1,500 left in it. I've got in these 5 different youth accounts, I've got anywhere from $600 to $1,500, and in between that, in each one of those accounts, one of those accounts I have in the red. So I've asked contract accounting to do first in and first out with all of those accounts. And this is one-time funding. They've never allowed that before, but they're considering it right now to put it all consolidated into one, so I can get rid of that one account that's in the red and get it all used up. So hopefully that'll go well. The next 5 accounts, the next 6 accounts, if you go from right to left, all are zeroed out.
Mhm.
And then the last line item there, phase 3 wetlands, that's BOR funding, not BIA. We can move to the next page. K 200-783, we've got $4,400 left in there. That's gonna be for the fish hatchery supplies to try to get that used up with a $100,000 allocation. K 200-782, we've got another $1,500 left in there. That's a youth. Again, that's the one I've asked to have first in, first out. The next account, K 200-781, we've got $17,000 in there. I do have a law enforcement officer in there. That's that conservation law enforcement funding that I talked to you about already. Next account is K 200-703, that's been zeroed out. And then we've got K 210-797, that's indirect cost money. They started making us do separate accounts for that now, but we don't touch that. It's up to finance to draw that down.
Mhm.
So I don't know when they'll do that. Next account is an invasive species account, K 210-759. And we've got staff that will use that up. The staff have been hired. Next account is K 210-755. That's not BIA, that's U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service funding. Next account is K 210-750. That's youth funding again that I talked to you about. We've got $696 left in there. And I'm gonna FIFO that. Next account is K 210-747. That's the conservation law enforcement officer funding. You can see we've used most of that up now. We've got about $6,000 left that we need to get used up. Next account, K 210-709, that's been zeroed out. Next account, K 210-7104. What's left in there is $2,585, and it'll be used up with supplies for the fish hatchery. The next account is a USDA account, it's not BIA. And then K 200 702, K 22702 has been used up. K 22753 is zeroed out. K 22755 is invasive species. That's one of the accounts that we will have staff that are already in another account right now. They're gonna move into this account when they zero the other accounts out. So that's what we're waiting for on that one. K 22756, we've got $6.42 left, so we'll have to probably buy postage stamps for that. K 22757 is youth funding again. It's we're trying to FIFO that. The next one is K 22758. That was an allocation that was used to prepare the fish hatchery where we're gonna build this $3 million project that we'll get to in a little while. We've raised it out, compacted it all, so we're ready to put a building in that spot. It's been zeroed out. The next one, K 22769, that's IDC again. Like I mentioned before, the next account, K 22772, is a conservation law enforcement officer funding. I think we've got somebody in there right now using that up. The next account is a boat dock at Morgan Lake. That's zeroed out. The next account, K 22789, that's BOR funding. That's not BIA. And then the next account is K 23709. That's a TPA allocation. So we still have 203,000 left in there, but what we're doing right now, we've got 4 temporaries in there that we're gonna keep on and use that money up. And with all the other previous years TPAs, they all got FIFO'd into this account. That's why this accumulated some funding now. And I had our permanent staff in there up until March just now, and those permanent staff just jumped out into our current TPA funding, and you'll see that in a minute. K 23751. It is, again, it's another youth funding that we're trying to get FIFO'd up to consolidate all that, use them all up. Then we're on to the last page. First column, there's a K 23762, that was the $3 million allocation for the fish hatchery. And where we're at on that is we got money from the BIA for the design, we got money for the site preparation. That's all been done. We got finished with the design. And it was a learning experience to design a $3 million facility, and we turned it into a $4.5 million facility without having any money, not knowing what we were doing. They're like, do you want this? Oh yeah, that sounds good, you know, and it's like, you don't know that.
That's bad
It's like
by
you
the
change your
engineers.
thing and it goes up.
Yep.
So then we went from the $4.5 million, we had to go backwards. And we went backwards and we got it back down to $3.8 million now. And so I have legislation.
But you'll be picked up today.
We got legislation and we have some extra money left over in our enterprise account. And we're gonna go in there and ask for some money out of there to get this project up to $3.8 million, because that's what we think we really need. And part of it wasn't just us designing it and going over, it was also like January 1st, the cost of metal went up 25% too. So that's another issue. So we're in the process. We got the legislation just got drafted and it's ready to get into the system. We got to go to resources, we got to go to BNF, we got to go to NABI, and then full council.
Yeah.
So July, we already have the contractor selected. We went through the bid process and everything. So we've been making progress, but this is where we're at right now. The next line is K 23770. It's a Black Bear research project that we're buying supplies for a graduate student who's a Navajo at University of Arizona, who's doing a master's degree project on bear research on the Navajo Nation. That project just started, so they just used $11,000 approximately in the last month so far. The next line item, K 23771, is IDC again. The next one is the K 23772 with a $100,000 allocation for a fish hauling truck for the fish hatchery. And we just bought the truck, so we spent most of it. We've got about $9,600 left. That's going to go into a contract with Rico's to do maintenance on that vehicle. So it'll be used up. The next two line items, we're both zeroed out already. The next line item, K 23775, was a $25,000 allocation out of a BIA funding for bison projects. And this one, they bought a freezer at the ranch, at Colorado Ranch Enterprise. It's been purchased and been installed. The remaining 3125 is gonna be used for electrical upgrades to the freezer. So it'll be spent, it's in the works right now. The next line item, K 23799 is not BIA, it's USDA money. Same with the next one, K 24103, that's also USDA money. And then K 243010 is Bureau of Reclamation money that we just got. TPA K 24703 is TPA money. That's where all of our 638 staff are currently in there. So that money will get used up throughout the year. And then the last one, we just got this funding, K 24733 is to do an aerial force and big game survey of the former Bennett Freeze area on the Navajo Nation. I just need to go to two of the Heritage Program. Counts are also mine, even though they went to the Heritage Program, I was asked to administer this project. So now we go back to the gray ones all the way in the back. First account is gonna be K 190-786. It was given to us by the BIA to do an agricultural resource management plan for the Navajo Nation. And we also got funding, if you go to the next page. Where's that? Okay, K 27109 is also for ARMP. One allocation was for about 4 million and the other one was for about 2.5. So we have about 6.5 million for that project. And during COVID, we had to create 2 positions for that project. Took a while. And we hired one. The second one was we called it a planner. We couldn't hire a planner. Every planner we talk to nowadays and we got somebody hired. And then since we hired them, we just drafted a request for proposals to hire a contract to facilitate this project with all the DNR departments and so on at BI and all of that, public meetings and all that. So we're gonna open, there's one bid we received, the deadline was Friday. We're gonna open that bid tomorrow and see what we got. Hopefully we'll be ready to move forward or we're gonna have to re-advertise again. Okay, and that's pretty much all I have.
Okay. Great. I do appreciate the report that you had emailed and thank you for giving us a overview on all the K counts. I didn't realize Fish and Wildlife had so much external K counts, and my hat's off to you. Monitoring those is crazy. I could just imagine the spreadsheets you have on your computer.
I forgot some.
Did you want to add?
I did, yeah, because I mean, what you guys were talking about, I really need to add just a couple of things. We're talking about trying to spend the money and how you gotta get 3 bids, they're not following, the contract accounting staff make up their own policies. And I think some of it comes from the supervisors, like getting 3 quotes every time. And if you do an OR with 6B, for example, I did one for Cabela's within a general fund account and ordered some supplies in. And then one of my staff came to me and they're like, I gotta order some supplies, what do you recommend? And I said, go with Cabela's, I just did that, so they did it with a K account. And it got rejected and he never got it through the system. And the first problem was the 3 quotes, and it's a small purchase. And that's all you should have to say is it's a small purchase, you shouldn't have to do that by procurement laws. But the other thing they made him do is get an updated W-9 form and a debarment certificate for a company that's already in the system. And we didn't do that first one that had the debarments. So I was trying to look it up. I think the Rangers did the first one with the general fund, but since they're in the system, why do they need that again? Cabela's refused to do it again. So we never got that purchase done, but even, like you mentioned, Catherine Belzowski, I was on the group that did the new purchase card legislation last year, and she was on that account and she talked about all the different ghost policies they have. One of them is the audits they do. They audit themselves and they have all these rules that the feds don't have. And then they're scared to do things down there. And they have the audits with contract accounting people saying, why did you let Fish and Wildlife do this purchase, and they have no idea what it is. We should be there participating so we can explain what it is. And the other thing is, the P card, those rules, they have the micro purchase now for less than $10,000. They were it's about a year ago now that we were supposed to get our P cards back for K account. Feds have P cards, but we don't. When the feds come, the BIA comes to our office and they see we're having trouble spending, they're like, you guys should have keep P cards, just like we do, you know? That we're supposed to get those back. When's that gonna ever happen? That's it.
Question. Thank you for sharing those challenges that the department is experiencing, and we do appreciate, you know, that information. I think procurement is one of the big areas that needs to be addressed. So members of the committee, I'd like to go ahead and ask if any of the members have questions for Fish and Wildlife. Honorable Otto, and then Vice Chair.
Just a recommendation. I think that, with the P card, purchase card issue, I agree with you that if they're small purchases, we shouldn't be jumping through hoops to get, run around the world to get 3 quotes. And then, you know, and I think that's a policy issue that purchase card needs to bring forth. One, and then the other is that, you know, overall, these issues has always been occurring. Not only this administration, last administration, the administration prior. But I would really like to see some from the division level to bring modification. Even if it's just for Division of Natural Resources, if DED don't want to get on the bandwagon, or any other division wants to get on the bandwagon, amend that policy, bring something to council. Because if that's hindering something, you know, that will help with you know, the expenditure issue. And Navajo is jump through hoops to try to justify things. It's just like with the P card issue too, is that they pick and choose from what, so they say, oh, this is Navajo Nation policy. When you look at it, it refers to federal policy. And my thought is, why don't we just adopt the federal travel policy instead of having the Navajo Nation there, you know, picking and choosing when and what to use at what time. The federal policy is a whole different process. And you don't have to even, you know, you don't have to justify certain things just because you bought you know, maybe a cost went over a couple of dollars at Burger King or something, you know, or you spend, you know, so a lot of those issues need to be addressed. I think that the issues that you have with your program there, you know, I would like to see that you bring it forth to your managers, people higher than you, and have them try to address those issues. I'm sure other programs such as Historic Preservation Department, other programs such as Land Department run into those issues. And I think that how can we better the system overall to assist with the spending? Because the K counts are geared to, some may be geared to deadlines, if they're grants, if they're you know, just this little issues. So maybe this case, but I think that the movement has to come from the division itself. And you're just the worker for the nation, and you're saying these are our issues to the program, and you're bringing it up and bringing it to the Resource Development Committee. And I'm hoping that, you know, Mr. Colonna and shop starts to look at this, because I'm sure the other division directors are running into this community development, Department of Economic Development, DEP, and DOJ and so forth. run into these issues. And I think as a comprehensive proposal to amend those policies, bring it in, because as policymakers, we want to know what the issues are. How come this and how come that, you know? And if it's a policy change that needs to happen, come together Monday, is that monthly division director meeting that happens? Maybe the division directors can bring that up there and say, hey, we have to fix this. Because the ARPA dollars is will be an issue. Whether you have to expend using a P card or a purchase card, things like that on certain things, you know. If the programs are gonna keep their dollars that are already appropriate. So those are just some of my thought of this, and thank you for bringing these issues that you're having to the committee. I just came in with my at a vehicle and really coming into this. Thank you very much, Manager. Yeah.
Honorable Officer, Vice Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. So I have a question regarding your department. I went fishing at Wheatfields a couple weeks ago. Did really good. Caught a couple fish within 30 minutes and I was done within an hour. So thank you for stocking that lake up. Across the street, there's a restroom there. And it was really awful. And trash. Who's responsible for all that?
Our program. I have that person, that is a position that is being reclassified right now. And the person that was in there was a technician, and we're reclassifying it to a parks maintenance worker position. And it's been a year. I started in July last year to reclassify that position. I don't have it yet.
Okay.
So I have other people going up there doing that, and the restrooms, the trash is one thing, the restroom in itself, we sometimes lock them up when we get really bad things happening in there, but it's really hard, especially right now, because we're one person short, and I gotta send somebody that's not their job over there to do it, so.
Okay. And then Saline, is that gonna be any future plans on having a restroom and?
Yeah, we've been putting a lot of money into Wheatfields. And we just got 600,000 from BIA for Wheatfield again to design a new recreation facility there. It's gonna be two day use areas on the lakeside, like right along like right inside the pipe, there's gonna be picnic tables and all that, in groups of 3. And then when across the road, there's gonna be the campgrounds. Both of those are gonna be engineered and designed and then constructed. We've got the whole 600,000 from BI we're gonna use for design and engineering of all of those. And then we've got ARPA requests in. We'll see if we get it. We don't have it yet. We don't have ARPA, but we're hoping somebody's not gonna use all their money and maybe we'll get a chance to use it for that.
Okay.
If we get there. And then Saley's is next. I mean, we feel like the main one is Wheatfields. Wheatfields isn't where we want it to be yet. So once we get that to where we want it to be, then we're gonna move to Saley's gonna be number 2.
Okay. Thank you. Then I sent on one of your accounts, you were able to help is it the Wolf Springs Ranch? With the freezer?
Yeah.
Is that under your department?
Oh, the ranches, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. That's an enterprise. They operate off of the cow calf operation up on the ranch and also the bison operation that they have, and they have some limited hunts up there. So pretty much all their funding is an enterprise.
Okay.
They work off of their revenue.
They are the revenue growing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. And again, keep up the good work and just make sure that we expend these funds and hopefully get more funding. But again, with the improvements of these particular lakes that we have staggered throughout Navajo Nation, I know oftentimes a lot of it in terms of improvement comes back to the financial resources that we're lacking. But again, you know, there's always the opportunity to reach out to council in case you need additional funding, just to let you know. But please keep us in the loop, when these ARPA monies aren't being expended, that you get the eligibility criteria going, so you have it readily available in case they call for new proposals, okay?
Yeah, we've gone through the 164 with those, but now it's like waiting for money.
Okay, appreciate that. Back to, Honorable Otto.
I just wanted to bring one matter, the mule deer and the elk that's harvested off of, land taken into trust utilizing the Navajo Hopi land, segment. In the settlement, it indicates the Arizona settlement and the New Mexico settlement portion. It talks about revenues that's generated off those properties. And land has been put into trust with, so many years ago. We know that there's harvesting going on off of the new lands. And, that particular area, we know that it is part of the migration route. We see hunters out there. I know that Fish and Wildlife has a key to the lots out there. And, wanted to know what is the revenues that has been generated off of those properties, because right now, if someone gets a tag in the harvest on, let's see, the settlement, that harvest that's done on that settlement there, funds should be going into a certain trust fund. So somewhere we have to have that discussion that it is in settlement. As an example, any revenues that's generated, just like Twin Arrows, the land was taken to trust utilizing the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. The lease revenues that's generated from that goes into the Navajo portion of the Arizona settlement to serve to benefit the individuals who are the beneficiaries in the Arizona settlement. So in this case, however much it costs us to have a elk tag. Let's use Big Paquias ranch numbers, whatever that grand number is. You know, say, I'm just gonna think out loud, say if it's 10,000, where's that 10,000 going? If that mule deer is, if an elk tag is issued in its harvest on the settlement. Or pronghorn, or the jacket.
Antelope.
Antelope. And the mule deer. So that's what I'm getting to. We did ask on the last commission, we didn't get an answer from the division at the time, from Mr. Former division director. Chabala, he didn't come back to us with that, but the Arizona settlement report indicates that anything revenue generated activities, those funds need to be deposited into the trust fund. So looking at historical numbers, when the land was put into trust to today, those tags that you are harvesting, that you guys are issuing, and the deer or the elk or the antelope or the pronghorn that has been, how many have been harvested on the new lands area? Because when I'm getting, again, I'm trying to get to where those revenues, because by law, revenues are supposed to go into well, right now it's the area located trust fund. It benefits certain individuals. So, but you do have hunters out there hunting, and they're hunting off of a Navajo Nation permit that has been issued. So that revenue is where I'm trying to track where as a revenue bond, because at the end of the year, the revenue should be given to the controller's office so that they can determine what money is going to what account. So just FYI, I want to have a meeting with Sal. I will get in touch with the Department of Justice and our legal counsel to sort of getting noodles there. And why isn't it that these funds are not going into that particular trust fund? So, but by statute through the United Open Settlement Act, any revenue generated off of lands taken into trust will be deposited into that trust fund. And another example is the Bash's lease there at Tuxley. That has been negotiated and a percentage goes to NP and a certain percentage goes into the trust fund to service the beneficiaries of the relocatees. So just put that on the radar and we need to start. Because somewhere someone's gonna ask a question and then say, hey, where's these monies that are supposed to benefit the relocatees? So just but then watch. We'll have this conversation.
There's a long history with that, so.
Cause it's like, how many, 3?
We're here. Yeah. Hakushi. So, colleagues, just be mindful, we do have a work session with, Department of Agriculture and DNR. After our RDC meeting, I think, if we can allot or have wrap up this RDC meeting by 2:00, that would be great. So we could go, directly into a work session with Department of Ag and DNR. So just be mindful. So with that, she's present here in the room with us here today or this afternoon, Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Yate, and thank you for being here at the special RDC meeting we're hosting today. And just to let you know, we changed our meetings to Monday. So thank you, Shinatani, for being a part of this discussion here. On to the next department. What department is this? Heritage and Historic Preservation Department. Okay, thank you.
You can all share them.
Richard McKay.
Be here.
Yeah, it's
Historic Preservation.
I work for the historic.
Is Mr. Begay?
He's
Where's
attending another activity.
you want to pass on his and have him
Yes.
present?
Okay.
We'd like him to present, so if we'll go ahead and have him come back to RDC meeting later, Ashwin, because we'd like to hear from him as a department manager. Next department, please. Abandoned mine lands, AML.
Yes,
Okay, you
good
have the
afternoon.
floor.
Good
Do
afternoon,
you
Honorable
have, did you email your budget or your presentation to Rodney?
No, I haven't, but I'll go ahead and send that today, if that's acceptable.
Ashbida? Because, all the, divisions and departments that have been coming before RDC, they've been, developing matrix documents that we can follow. So you want to have her provide the matrix to us? Because this is the second department, I think we allowed Mr. Alex Vicente.
It's very brief.
Hakushi, so if you can send it at the close of business as well, but
Sure.
just make sure going forward, whenever Resources and Development Committee asks us for a report, we also want even soft copies would be fine via email, Shonda.
My apologies. I did respond to your email, but I did your report. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I'm Karen Bedoni. I'm the department manager with Navajo AML. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members. I do have just a few accounts. We have several grants, the AML, Handler, Bill, ARPA, Drum, and UMTRA. So there's a couple of accounts that we have here that is listed. K220400 is the drum account. It's defense-related uranium mine grant. And that is closed out as we're speaking right now. So we are submitting the drawdowns that was submitted last week to OOC. And, so we'll have that updated in the report. And then K 2-10-763 OSM AML, that is also being closed out as we're speaking right now. We're submitting the final report and the SFR is going through the process right now as far as the 164 process. And then let's see, so the EPA K 201-106 to 1119. These are our grant, this is our grant from US EPA. These are all settlement monies that have come in for doing maintenance and surveillance of these sites. So the money that's sitting there from US EPA, they just do what's called like task orders. So we have a pot of money sitting there. So they'll say, you know, we need you to go to this site. We need you to do a monitoring activity or collect data. So it just kind of just sits there until we need it. So that's the reasoning behind that. And then with our ARPA funds, initially, we did apply to ARPA under doing water infrastructure development projects. But we've had such a turnover in our engineering, and we've had our main engineers retire. So that really did an impact to us as far as getting the jobs done with the infrastructure project. So what we did last month is we did a grant amendment to the ARPA contract grant. And in that is what we did the amendment to do broadband infrastructure projects. So it was approved and we're going to go ahead and move forward into doing the broadband infrastructure projects. And then for the FY23, it doesn't close until March of 26. So we are spending down that money. A lot of that is for projects that we have identified under different priorities reports. And so we are on task with that grant as well. So that's a brief update. But a lot of times when we do process these grants, we go through the application process. And then when the nation accepts the grant, and then when we do budget revisions, when we do budget closeouts, each one of those areas, we have to go through the EOR or the 164 process. So that does delay our spending down. These grants, for instance, like the drum, we did struggle initially in the beginning. And to set up these grants and accept the application, it takes anywhere from 6 months to 2 years. So that's why you can see, you know, there's some of the delays in the spending on these amounts, but pretty much we're spending down and these accounts are pretty much closed out. Thank you.
Hakoshi, thank you for that. And I know that working with federal grants from the past, that is a big challenge that you have to hurdle over. So members of the committee, in regards to what Ms. Bedoni had brought here before the committee, we will be getting a written report by the end of business day today. If not, then we'll be letting Mr. Holona know. I'm just kidding. Then yeah, Hakoshi, well, thank you, Ms. Bedoni, for your report. Yeah, and then to you and your staff for all you do. Oh, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. RC here, Representative going here. I guess I have a question, ARPA funds. And I'm not sure, what department was appropriated. What was that now?
The amount was 1.3.
1.3 there. And how much has been exceeded again?
Well, as of last month, we were at 32%. A lot of it's operating O&Ms.
And so we're reading a deadline, June 30th, 2024. How much money has been obligated?
I would
in a contract or something like that?
well, a lot of it is just about.
I mean, has it been obligated through contract, or it has to be contract or extended by
So
June 30th, 2024?
yeah, so when we amended it for the next up until June is what we're doing right now is we're doing the working on the contracts.
Okay.
set them up for the broadband.
But you have been informed by your boss that mission, the council, along with PVP, is considering to amend the resolution, how the monies, how the fund would allocate it. And some of the money is going to be recaptured. To some of the money that we funded to departments, divisions. And you know about that?
Yes, I am aware, and we have been meeting with, Mr. Wilson Stewart with our office, and he is the person that is guiding us through this, saying, well, you know, if you feel that, you know, your scope of work, you're not meeting it, then, you know, try to do the amendment, which we did, and it wasn't approved. So we're ready to spend it. I mean, you know, but we have the plan. You know, we can, we're doing the 3 folks.
The reason why I bring this up is, you know, we heard from 3 or 4, I mean, there's 3 departments under Division of Natural Resources that procurement is delaying a lot of these purchases or procure certain items or again, June 30th, 2024 is just around the corner. And I'm not sure how, if the council does consider that legislation on the ARPA funds. Just kind of be prepared for that too. I don't know if it's being included to retrieve that ARPA money for your department and reallocate to certain projects or certain how the money will be spent. As you know, that right now we're already looking at to reappropriate $521 million out of $1.3 billion to conjunct points. So you got $810 million that are being reconsidered for 6 projects. And 6 projects, those that will stay as ARPA. 521 million from general funds. So I think you need to talk to your boss that if he will still have that money. Yeah, you can talk to Mr. Stewart, I understand that, but just make sure because this legislation is going to go before the council very soon. So just give you heads up on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, we do have a 5-year plan, the IT plan. So it was a part of our unused needs budget. So we're hopeful that that will kind of give us that head start and but where it is that we know where that money needs to go, so we're doing the plan right now.
I guess that's what I'm saying is this money has to be obligated. We can't say this is going to go and we're doing this. It has to be obligated or expended by June 30th, 2024. But again, legislation, I mean, again, council and OPB move quickly. How? But we don't want no money to be reverted back to federal. So right now, the council and OPB are looking at it to again, hope you've been updated how the council, because we had numerous work sessions, how the money will be moved, and there's be general funds and also be like I said,
Really?
state department. Hope you keep your money. We haven't seen it broke down how the we got these 430 million. That's obligated. How's that 830 million? I would again talk to your boss and see if everyone's gonna stay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that recommendation. Who else had a question? Anyone else? Danielle? So with that recommendation, again, you know, with these ARPA dollars, we are on strict timeline. So again, just as it was mentioned, it needs to be encumbered by the date that Navajo Nation had stipulated in the enabling legislation. But I'm hoping that through this revised legislation that Speaker or Chair Parrish is supposed to drop, hopefully that will kind of have some different provisions, but we'll go ahead and wait until the actual legislation is dropped. Thank you for that. Next department.
Actually, Madam Chair.
Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, Ms. Jeremiah did reach out to me and I did forward her email to you. She did indicate that she's on travel today and the K counts will be provided by the program manager.
Okay. Okay, so I'll go ahead and, program manager for, minerals department, if you could please, provide the information for minerals department. For your homes. If you can please state your names, for the to be on record, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee. My name is Brian Manali. I am the accountant for the Minerals Department. I am standing in on behalf of our Department Director, Rowena Jeremiah, who is currently away on travel, finalizing arrangements for the upcoming Energy Summit. She apologizes and regrets that she cannot be here. I am joined by our senior mining engineer, Rebecca Gilkers, who manages the mining safety and health program. The committee has requested that our department be here to answer questions regarding the unutilized funds in our budget for the current fiscal year. I'm here to share following information on behalf of the Minerals Department programs. So under the Minerals Department, we currently have 5 K accounts. First one I'll be starting with, let me hand this out to you guys. The first K account is oil and gas program. The original allocated amount was $1,310,387.43. The expenditures for that program were $901,746.83. The remaining amount is $408,640.60, which amounts to about 31% remaining. With that program, there were originally 7 budgeted positions, and there's currently 3 vacant positions. Next is our audit program. The original allocated amount was $1,112,208. The amount expenditure was $197,024.89. Remaining amount, $915,183.11. Gives us a total of 82% remaining. Next is our surface mining program. Original allocated amount was $1,478,441. The expenditure amount was $732,293.52. The amount remaining is $746,147.48. Gives us a total of 50% remaining. Next is our MSHA program, the Mining Safety and Health Program. Original allocated amount was $336,112. The amount expenditure was $3,291.32. Amount remaining is $32,820.68. Gives us a total of 91% still remaining. Finally is our ARPA program. Original allocated amount was $1,440,520. The amount expenditure was $333,790.53. The amount remaining was $1,106,736.47, which gives us a total of 77% remaining. So for each of these programs, minus the MSHA, we do have vacancies available, which contributes to the amount of unutilized funds. I will provide you with information regarding the unutilized funds. One, consulting cost concerns. The surface mining program had intended to make progress on the primacy regulation initiative, but the consultants' hourly rates posed a financial challenge for us. As a result, we had to pause the project. The funds designated for this initiative were not reallocated in time to address other needs within the surface mining program. 2, staffing constraints. Like a lot of other programs, we've had staffing challenges. Technical positions in auditing and surface mining engineering are challenging to fill. These roles require specialized skills and knowledge, which make it difficult to find qualified candidates who meet all job requirements. Additionally, there has been a limited pool of candidates with the specific technical expertise needed for these positions, along with competition from other industries or sectors which offer more attractive compensation packages. Had we been fully staffed at the outset of the fiscal year, both the surface mining and audit programs could have allocated financial resources towards conducting additional inspections and audits, among other tasks. Additionally, we face a shortage of staff members available to participate in or benefit from training sessions or conferences. This also resulted in the program having unspent funds. 3, impact of previous budget cuts. After facing budget cuts last year, surface mining program were extra careful this year not to exceed the spending limits. They ended up being so cautious that we had money left over, even though a big chunk of our budget was supposed to cover travel costs. 4, the lingering impacts of COVID-19. Several surface mining program inspectors were still concerned about the risk of contracting COVID, to the extent that many opted to return home at the end of each workday instead of using their per diem for meals and lodging. So this also added to the unexpected surplus in funding. 5, the final rule on ARPA spending has significantly restricted the funds available for allocation. This limitation posed considerable challenges in determining where and how funds can be utilized. As a result, our FRF program has had to navigate tighter regulations and guidelines to ensure compliance while effectively addressing needs and priorities. This particular grant was given in 2021. Hiring didn't begin until February, or until the following 2 years in 2023. In that time, projects needed to be confirmed first. That program also recently lost an employee, and ARPA does not fund certain positions. So with that, the staff and I are available to address any inquiries and additional comments the committee have for us. Thank you.
Question. Thank you, Mr. Benali.
Yes.
Yeah, members of the committee, do we have any questions for the minerals program in regards to the numbers that were provided here to us via a spreadsheet? Okay, just real quickly, the ARPA, the FRF, is it just for budgeting for staff? Is that?
Yes, because there was a 2-year delay when this the funds were given, in which there was no utilization of the funds because projects had to be confirmed first. So rather than hiring people and not having them giving them anything to do, projects needed to be approved first. So there is a delay on that spending for that contract. It is a 5-year contract, so it ends in December 2026.
Okay, thank you for your response. Any other members or colleagues with questions? Okay, if not, I appreciate your report, Mr. Benali and Rebecca. Thank you. 1.1 mil. Okay, does that conclude DNR? I think it does, huh? Land Department, yeah, they gave us a spreadsheet on their ARPA. I think we're really concerned with the other external funding. But since we got that breakdown of budget information for Land Department, and I know that Budget and Finance Committee usually requests a lot of the divisions to come back and get a report going. So this will be sufficient for Land Department.
Yeah, they've been going.
So, Hakoshi? So with that, members of the Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report from DNR Chair Nance? Motion and second by Vice Chair Johnson. And I think we already had our questions and responses that were made. So Rodney, if we can just take it to roll call vote to accept the report.
Madam Chairman, the RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving report item 5B. Honorable Sonia Clark, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sonia Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Honorable Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Rasheen, thank you for that. And again, I'd just like to thank the division and the staff for reporting here before us in regards to the key accounts of the programs currently utilized to subsidize their functional activities within their departments and division here. Going on to item number 6, old business, we have none. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Rules RDC. I'd like to request to add an item to the agenda. And legislation 0073-4 was emailed to all the RDC members and it was considered by Budget and Finance this morning. And was ready for action for RDC and slowly from the EFC and nomination council. This is in reference to, again, 0073-24 related to health, education, human services, the budget and finance, the resource development, and in committees and nomination council approving $2,750,000 from the reserve undesignated fund balance for the current 10 chapters, summer 2024 deployment program waiving 22 UNC 8, section 820E, section 820F, section 820J, and section 820L to allow use of UFB funds for recurring expenses waiving 12 UNC section 820E to allow an equal distribution of $25,000 to each chapter. May I make that motion?
Rasheen, members of the committee, we do have a motion request to suspend 4 rules to add to the agenda. I suppose it's under new business, which would be letter C. Adding legislation 0073-24. Honorable Simpson did read the heading of the legislation. So with that, may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. So do we have any questions on the addition to the agenda here, members of the committee? With that, can we take it to roll call vote, Rodney, to add legislation 0073-24 as item 7C to the agenda?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for suspending the 4 rules and adding legislation number 0073-24 to new business item C. Honorable Shannon Clark, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shannon Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Rickness votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable so votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Rasheen, thank you. So with that, motion carries. So we do have item letter C under 7 new business added. So going on to with the agenda, new business letter A, approving off Navajo Nation travel to join Navajo Department of Transportation on Wednesday, May 29, 2024 at 8 a.m. in Albuquerque, New Mexico to receive training on federal highway dollars and its federal guidelines. May I get a motion for this travel day on Wednesday, May 29th? Vice Chair Johnson and second by Honorable Otto. Members, do we have any questions? Going once, twice. Rodney, can we take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for 7A. Honorable Shannon Clark, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Rickness votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, with that motion carries, going on to item letter B, approving off Navajo Nation travel to attend and participate in the Navajo Nation 2024 Energy Summit from Tuesday, June 4, 2024 to Thursday, June 6, 2024 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. May I get a motion? Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Members of the committee, do we have any questions regarding this Navajo Nation Energy Summit slated for June 4th through the 6th in Albuquerque, New Mexico? Going once, twice. Rodney, can we take it to roll call vote?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for New business 7B, Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green, Madam Chair. That's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that motion carries going on to 7, letter C, legislation 0073-24. Rodney, could you please read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have summary sheet for tracking number 0073-24, date April 1st, 2024. An action relating to health, education, human services, the budget and finance, the resource of development, and the nominating committees, and the Navajo Council approving $2,750,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, for the 110 chapter summer 2024 youth employment program, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, section 820F, section 820J, and section 820L to allow the use of the UUFB funds for the recurring expenses, waiving 12 NNC section 820O to allow for equal distribution of $225,000 to each chapter. The purpose of this legislation is to approve $2,750,000 from the UUFB for the 110 chapters, 25,000 each chapter for their summer 2024 youth employment program. Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Danny Simpson for tracking number 0073-24. An action relating to the health, education, human services, the budget and finance, the resources development, and the nominating committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving $2,750,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, for the 110 chapters of summer 2024 youth employment program, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, section 820F, section 820J, and 820L to allow the use of the UUFB funds for the recurring expenses, waiving 12 NNC section 820O to allow the equal distribution of $25,000 to each chapter. And section 1 outlines the authority. And section 2, the finding which references in exhibit A and exhibit B, exhibit C and exhibit D, and section 3 is approving the $2,750,000 from the UUFB to the Division of Community Development for the 110 chapters summer 2024 youth employment program, which references in exhibit A and exhibit B. And section 4 is waiving 12 NNC section 820E, section 820F, section 820J, and section 820L to allow the use of the UUFB for recurring expenses, which references in exhibit A and exhibit B. And section 5 is waiving 12 NNC section 820O to allow the equal distribution of $25,000 to each chapter. And section 6 is the effective date, and section 7 is the saving clause. Attaches an exhibit A, which is the fiscal year 2024 nomination chapter summer youth employment fund allocation, $25,000 per chapter. Attaches exhibit B, which is the budget form summary, page 1 of 4 for community development. Attaches exhibit C, which is a memorandum dated March 7th, 2024, the subject to UUFB request summer youth for $2,750,000. Attaches exhibit D, which is the memorandum dated March 7th, 2024, from Dominic Vial, Executive Director of Office of Management and Budget and Contract, and granted to Council Delegate Danny Simpson regarding the proposed budget for $2,750,000 for UUFB appropriate to the 110 chapters. Attaches the first report of the Legislative Branch and Public Review Summary for legislation number 0073-24. Sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation was posted on April 2nd, 2024 at 5:05 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on April 8th, 2024. There was one comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. The comments supporting this on this legislation came from Hawk Chapter. Then you have the Health, Education, Human Services Committee committee report, and their vote tally. 5 in favor and 0 opposed on the chair not voting. Then you have the Budget and Finance Committee report and the Budget and Finance vote tally. You have a 3 in favor and 0 opposed and chair not voting. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0073-24 4 read into the record.
Thank you for that, Rodney. Members of the committee, may I get a motion? Motion by Vice Chair Johnson. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Aruso. So members of the committee, just reminding you all that this particular legislation, final authority lies within the Navajo Nation Council. So at this time, do we have any questions, or we can just take it direct to vote? No questions. We'll go ahead and take it direct to roll call vote. Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for item new business at 7C. Honorable Shannon Claude, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Claude votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
You signed it.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate recognized, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries on legislation 0073-24. Going on to number 8, close of meeting. Do we have any announcements before we end the meeting here today? None, so I'd like to call for adjournment. May I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Okay, so with that, Rodney, could you take roll call vote to adjourn?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment at 2:06 PM. Honorable Shannon Claude, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Claude votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Chief, with that, we adjourn at 2:06 from our Special Resources and Development Committee meeting for today. And thank you again, everyone, for being here today, and to our listeners on the call. We are going straight into a work session with Division of Natural Resources.